we could maybe, I don't know, jump in a black hole. Came back the years. Don't shake your head at me.
Time is relative, okay? It can stretch and it can squeeze, but it can't run backwards. It just can't, right? The only thing that can move across dimensions like time is gravity.
Well, well, well. Make up your mind, Chris. If time can stretch and squeeze, but cannot run backwards. In my head, I have this idea in my head that in the editing room, while editing Interstellar, Christopher Nolan got to that scene and was watching it and then thought to himself, but what if I could reverse time? I know, I'll make a movie about that next. And then I wonder if you go back, dig into Christopher Nolan's filmography, if you can kind of see the seeds for because apparently like he has ideas that he just kind of lets sit and stew in his head for a long time before he ever actually does anything with them. Cheers. So I'm guessing that like a lot of the ideas he has, there's no way that he could be making a film, and shut up. There's no way he could be making a film of the complexity of the films that he makes without being completely focused on that film. And yet there's some small part of me that just wonders, like, is he like during takes, is he like kind of daydreaming and kind of like, that's interesting. Yeah, the only thing that can't move backwards is time. Wow, that would have been a neat movie. Maybe I should have made this movie about that instead. Maybe I'll make that my next movie. And then Matthew McConaughey taps him on the shoulder and is like, hey, his DP, cinematographer, wakes him from his reverie of his future movie about future past movie time. Anyway, hi everybody. Welcome to Beyond the Double Red Doors. You'll notice this is like a tabula rasa here. There's what's missing. Like I have the pop shield is missing. There's no paraphernalia or anything in the background there. You probably don't notice this, but the frame's a little closer than it usually is. I've zoomed in a little more. I do still have this, which is still closer, although I didn't really align that, did I, before the show. No neck gaiter, so you can see my old, make my neck old. Well, you get the idea. And, this is kind of a last minute thrown together kind of thing. And, for what it's worth, this is the 20th episode. 20th episode of oh, no, really. Guys, there's no need for that. That's really super sweet. But 20th episode. So, and these average about 3 hours long. So there's about 60 hours of this drivel sitting on between the two channels, mostly on this channel. So bless you all for hanging out and for still showing up. And let's start by saying hi to the people. Of course, Q. Hello, Q. How are you doing? It seems like it's been a day since I spoke with you. Lexi, hi. Hey, Charles is back. Haven't seen Charles in a little while. Yeah, this lovely new variant of the virus. I mean, once like it's detected somewhere, that means it's already everywhere, right? I mean, everybody knows that. It's been detected now in like 2 states that I know of in the US, which means it's everywhere. I mean, it's definitely in Florida, right? And they haven't even reported yet, but it's in Florida. Bingo card. That doesn't count as a bingo card, Mark, because I just said Florida. I'm not talking about it in Florida as it relates to the place where I grew up. Speaking of Florida, likely from Deerfield Beach. Oops. What is going on? I can't. Deerfield Beach, Florida is calling me with a likely scam number. I'm having trouble with the buttons this evening. All right, I don't want it. I'm not going to answer it. Don't I have this set to off? I do. But apparently that doesn't affect my watch. So if it's it's going to be in Florida and Texas at least, which means it's everywhere. It's going to be it's all over. I think Gavin Newsom said it's in California. Yeah, it's nuts. So I mean, it'd be wonderful. I know a lot of people seem to apply almost mystical powers to New Year's as if they're something other than an arbitrary measurement of decay. So there's no reason that 2021 is going to be any better than 2020, except that I can think of, except for obviously we'll have a better president in the United States, at least. Lexi, you had a lovely quiet holiday. That's good. Good. Oh, and Charles, yeah. Bottle of Prosecco. It's big in the United Kingdom, isn't it? Hey, Leah, you have a play going on at 8. You're here to poach viewers. I think you should probably watch Leah's play. More interesting than what's going on over here. But hi, how are you doing? Pavi's got a bone to pick. My goodness. Look at this. Yeah. Well, I don't, both of them will still exist after this moment, hopefully, unless things go horribly, horribly wrong. So who knows? Hello, ASMR Graviton and Glow. Of course, hello, Pavi. Katharina. We have multiple. We have a Katharina, we have a C Katharina, and then we have a K Katharina. Yes, exactly, Charles, yeah. You got it. Warp Raven. Hope you had a good Christmas or whatever holiday you celebrate as well. Napasi, otherwise known as Shep. That Shep. I don't know is that actually taken from one of the Mass Effect games. I recently read an article. Someone was replaying Mass Effect 2 and essentially calling it the perfect game. I have trouble in my head distinguishing between Mass Effect 1 and Mass Effect 2. I know I love them both. And Mass Effect 3 is kind of where things went off the rails. Oh, look. I don't know whether I should be thrilled or horrified at that. Oh. Well, Warp Raven drinking rum in the background this is not... Drinking rum in the background is a good idea. This is not, for some reason, the clicking is not working. But anyway, there's a lot of stuff. It's kind of different. Samantha's here. Hello, Samantha. Oh, Flaglow, just stopping by. So you're popping off to bed, I would expect. Yeah, there's an interesting. It's interesting to watch different Christopher Nolan movies and compare them, compare how he handles certain themes. I wanted to talk about that, but not right yet. Yes, my neck is visible. Do not stone me, please. Ah, that's because it was just half a dozen. It's got to be a dozen. You have this sweater that I'm wearing. It's a fairly, generic. I think I've had this sweater for a long time, for 7 or 8 years maybe. It's very warm. It's got the, you know what I'm talking about. And I've probably washed it or had it dry cleaned maybe half a dozen times. So it doesn't get worn often, and it doesn't get washed very often. Isa-chan, hello. You've never judged the age of... Why is it doing this to me? My neck doesn't look that old. I've never really judged the age of people's necks before. My neck doesn't look that old. This reminds me of the... that comment reminds me of the targeted commercials I'm getting online lately. I think I mentioned it last week. I have this Kaiser Permanente ad that keeps talking about all these people who have done stuff in their 60s and 70s in an attempt to be inspirational, but really what they are is just kind of reminding you how rare it is for anything productive to be done in those times of your life. So, KJ, hi, how are you doing? It's just a I watch for quite some time now. It's not a new one. I've had it for years. Good evening, Caitlin. I don't recognize you from the stream, but good to see you. Maddie, how are you doing? He digs the new setup. Do you dig the trucks driving by? Wait. Is that a truck? I don't know if that's a plane or a truck. That's a plane. That's definitely a plane. It's much too uniform. It's Doppler effect to be anything other than a plane. Oh gosh, Charles is slightly drunk. Hey, Daniel Reynolds, good to see you. I don't recognize the avatar. So, I mean, I recognize obviously Doctor Who, but I don't remember it. Yeah, 2, if I recall right. So that's the one where the combat was better and it was easier to like slow things down and get a handle on actually doing some sort of strategic combat. Is the chat? People are having trouble with the chat? I do not know. Looks like it's okay here for me. Hey, and Haley is here. Hi, Haley. How are you doing? I hope you had a good Christmas or whatever holiday you celebrate as well. Let's get to the bottom here so I can... Oh, first long-time follower, first-time commenter, Lee LeBrun. I like that name. And I like your avatar as well, Lee LeBrun. Lillebrun. 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 Whoa. Wait. Lexi, this is today's number? For the world? Or for the, that can't be for the US. That must be for the world. No, you didn't really miss a Mass Effect conversation. Unfortunately, so Aspire Media has done a great job of porting Knights of the Old Republic to iOS. But it's very hard to find Mass Effects that will run on a Mac. And that's kind of, I kind of wanted to do that. I also am thinking that assuming I can get the motivation to do it, going to continue the Cyberpunk playthrough on the PS4 without any patches, just to see exactly how horrible and messed up it is. I've actually, I know I said I wouldn't do this, but I did play it a little bit more, and was starting to get into it. And then I kind of caught myself. I was like, well, wait a minute, don't get into it. If you're going to get into it, why don't, stream it, get into it there. So maybe, it's hard for me to, it's kind of hard for me to commit it. This is it's my specialty or speciality. Webster's prefer specialty. Is butchering both first and last names. Spoonerisms, malapropisms, you name it. If it's something that can be conflated with something else, that's what I do. That is what I do. Napasi, you spent most of Christmas playing. Okay, so what's your verdict? And what platform? I assume PC. Is it though? I don't know. A lot of planes tonight. I have the window open. I might need to close it because I get a little distracted every time. Oh, it's annoying. Nick, I actually preferred KOTOR 1. It's not like a prop plane. Something going to the Air and Space Museum. Some relic. Shaking. Everything's shaking right now. Is the camera shaking? Everything was shaking for just a moment. PC an 8 out of 10. That's respectable. I like that. Wait, 7-ish. Maybe, yeah. I mean, I guess it's done some things, but it's done some things that, in the time since, has been done. I mean, games have the same problem that every other medium has. A little less so with books, but in that, even if you do something groundbreaking, 10 years later, that thing is old hat. And if you play it for the first time, after it's become old hat, you can't see it through that lens again. You don't get to relive that discovery again. This is my recollection as well, is that the first Knights of the Old Republic had just a lovely story and an excellent ending. Oh, hey, ASM Hour, it's good to see you. It's been a little bit. Yes, I actually don't know what class airspace I live in, but since I live right by DC, I hear all that stuff. So tonight, Butterfly Composer, hello. Good to see you too. Tonight, originally, I wanted to talk about Tenet. Originally, that's what I was thinking. I think it's even what I put. Hey, Daddy, also. Daddy, whatever. So I wanted to talk about Tenet. It's something that it's a movie that but now I'm not sure that that's the direction that I'd like to go for the evening. Because I realize that it is like I think if you want to watch it, like I don't think you can see it outside the U.S. Legally. I don't think you can, and I think it's also. It's like $20 to buy it, and I realize that's not. It wasn't like it was a whatever to me, butchering your name. Butchering where would the accent mark be on? Would it be Daddy or Diddy or and then just giving up and just there you go. So I do want to talk a little bit about. I want to talk a little bit about the movie, the medium, and the movie as the medium, and what it meant to me and what I liked about it, but I want to talk about it in a way that it does not matter if you've seen it. It won't be spoiling anything if you haven't seen it yet and intend to see it, and it won't have any effect on if you don't want to see it, right? Because it's more about, and the fact that that Interstellar clip there was sort of a nod to it. It's more of the style of movies that Christopher Nolan makes, and well, not just Christopher Nolan, but that some people make versus the style of movies that other people make. And the thing that I like about movies like Tenet and like movies that most, not all, actually about half of Christopher Nolan's oeuvre, maybe half of it, uses these tenets. But I feel like they transcend a lot. The good ones transcend what movies are really. The sort of threshold of what a movie sets out to accomplish, i.e., you go into a movie theater, or in this case, not a movie theater anymore. You sit down and try and set a mood, and you watch something for 90 minutes or 2 hours, or more like 2 hours if it's Christopher Nolan. And you have a good time. Emotions are evoked, and you get an experience, a sort of visceral window into an experience that you might not otherwise have. And maybe some parts of it stick with you to some extent or another. And maybe some of the characters stick with you, and maybe some of the characters resonate with you more than others. Maybe none of the characters do. Maybe the story does. Maybe there's just something ineffable about it. Maybe it's just beautiful, or maybe it's just funny, right? And it just makes you laugh. But what I'm talking about I guess the kind of movie that I'm talking about here when I'm talking about Tenet and the sort of Christopher Nolan type movies, I think I relate to those in a really in an intense way, because let's see, how can I phrase this? I believe, it is my belief, and therefore I'm going to state it as my belief. One of the things that I love about games, and when I was working in developing games, one of the things that I loved was storytelling through world building. And so, for instance, in working on, when I worked on the Elder Scrolls Online, a lot of the time, we had like the basic map of all of Tamriel up and running pretty early in the process. And there were a lot of early, you separate it into regions, and you have your sort of racially divided territories, and then territories within those territories. But then you also have like things that are sort of limited. They're limited by the technology of the engine that we were using. So the size of things were sometimes dictated by that. But anyway, so we would create these zones. We call them zones. They're just like kind of areas. Anyone who's played an MMO, or really almost any open world RPG, can associate with this, except now entire worlds just kind of stream as you go, so you don't get like loading points or anything like that. But this was, back in the early 2010s. Actually, I started working on that game in 2008. So it was back then. Hey, Lady Nerevar, it's good to see you. So it was a while ago. So one of the things that would happen, and we ended up sort of redoing that we reinvented that game a couple of times. But so we had all of Tamriel, and we would start to create stories for these areas and characters and conflicts and what possible resolutions would be. And a lot of the time, in these early iterations, it would just be kind of like, well, okay, now we have the basic structure of this zone. We have sort of the big baddie of the zone, right? And we know what the factions are within this area, who wants what, and who is getting driven out of where, and who is the oppressor and who is the oppressed, and maybe it's not so clear cut, all that kind of stuff. We wouldn't necessarily have like the exact quests mapped out, or exact dialogue or anything like that. And then we would start to kind of do that and kind of poke around and figure that stuff out. But one of my favorite things to do around that time would be just to kind of wander around and interact with these nascent ideas or sort of proto ideas, and imagine like what might come, given these constraints, what other things might come up that seem natural for this environment. So, okay, so you have like Argonians here, but you also have wood elves very nearby. What would wood elves think of Argonians living in their area, right? They probably wouldn't like it, right? They'd probably, or maybe there was a deal made where, the Argonians who had immigrated here were allowed to stay, even though there's like a war going on or whatever it is. Trying to kind of figure out like what, given all of the constraints and the rules of the world as it's being built, what are some things that kind of naturally evolve out of that? And that is, I think, like very similar to what Christopher Nolan does, or it's not very similar, but there are similarities there. There are parallels there, I think. Nice breeze. When Christopher Nolan makes a movie, it seems like very much like he creates a world and a sort of a rule book for that world, and maybe has the idea for like what's going to be the key concept for this movie. Now let me build the world around it, and now let's see what interesting stories I can develop within this rule book, right? I don't know if that's the way he actually does it or not. All I know is when I watch a Christopher Nolan movie, I'm not really there for the 90-minute, this is exciting experience. I'm there for the, what questions is he asking? What rule sets for this world is he creating? And what are possible ramifications or different ideas that come out of that. And that's why, like, for Tenet, the first time I watched it, I kind of was a little disappointed. I felt like it was essentially a James Bond movie, but with this one added twist, this one added element that made it confusing, that actually made it less enjoyable. And I still think that if you want a movie that you can just sit back and watch and enjoy, Tenet is not really the movie for you. But if you want a movie that you can watch and it starts to make you ask questions and then think about things and then maybe ask more questions and then makes you want to go back and see, well, now, wait a minute, I have this question now and I'm not sure how this was handled. Let me go back and see if that puzzle actually works out the way that I thought it did. Did Christopher Nolan see the same thing that I sort of just saw in my head or whatever, the same paradox or the same possible dead end, and did he account for it? Of course, I've found the answer to be universally yes. It's always, I feel like I'm the idiot, right? Like I'm trying to figure it out and I can't figure it out, and then I will figure it out, and then a couple days later I might forget that I figured it out. Like for the longest time, for the longest time, it's only been like a week and a half since I first saw it. But I've seen it now. I've seen it 3 or 4 times, and it was hard for me to sort of grok the idea that, God, no, I don't want to get. That's about as far as I can go without actually getting into the movie specific. Let's just say that there were concepts that I understood, and then later I no longer understood them, and then I re-understood them. And then that might have happened a couple times. And in talking with people about the movie, questions that they had, and then I was like, oh, I definitely know the answer to this. Oh, this is this, and then that same question I might not know the answer to the next day, or I might have forgotten what the answer was. So, okay, let's see what everybody's saying here about this ridiculous, long-winded rant I just went through. Hello, Elliot. Good to see you. E is being ignored again. What does that mean? I don't know what E is. E. Who's E? I gotta figure this out. E. Oh. Okay. Elliot. Yes. Okay. So E is for Elliot. See, I'm smart. Well, this may be true, but cinema came from theater, right? So I would think theater would be much quicker to resurrect than cinema if something like that were to happen. People are talking about, okay, yes, right. 23 years old. Good Lord. Yeah, I'm okay. I don't want to ask people how old they are, but y'all are ridiculous if you're in your 30s or 20s and you feel old. Just stop. Oh, hello, Lisa. Good to see you. Lisa Shabna, the winner of last week's $100, which I want to do again. Not tonight, though. do want to do it again. I think that was fun. Who's talking about diegetic storytelling? Or ludonarrative. Yeah, I'm familiar with all these terms. I was a game designer. Have I seen Sky Captain in the World of Tomorrow? No. It really put me off from the trailers that I saw of it, which was basically just like everyone's in front of a green screen. It's really one of like my pet peeves is when you can really tell someone's in front of a green screen. And that movie seemed to me like the entire thing was in front of a green screen. But no, I haven't seen it. Okay, yeah, don't worry. I'm not giving any spoilers for Tenet at all. 0. Except for the fact that it is a movie by Christopher Nolan. Oh, Xava, hello. Oh, I'm sorry you can't stay, but it's good to just see you and know that you're okay. No spoilers. I promise no spoilers. No, it looks like nobody did. Y'all are just having your own side conversations as usual, as per usual. Oh, that's interesting, Lexi. It went the other way for me. Like the more I watched it, the more I enjoyed it. Oh, Whispering Wolf, good to see you. It is good to see you. Hey, Carolyn, it's good to see you as well. Yeah. This is, I mean, the more, and especially in games, right, that is very much, the phrase beaten into you is not a great phrase to use, but they do sort of pummel that into you. Is like, how much of this story can you tell without there being any words? Like, do not, words are your last resort. And however short you think your dialogue is, it still needs to be cut in half. Chell's 21 in 12 days. Well, time is running out for all of us at the same rate. And honestly, like, everyone here is going to be dead in 80 years. So there you go. Let's just enjoy the time that we're here. I will say, like, it does seem to me like as you get older, you definitely do become more aware of things slipping away, whether they be opportunities or you start to pile up regrets as well as baggage. And I do think wisdom is valuable, but there's something to be said. Wisdom is not fun, generally. And there's also something to be said for throwing caution to the wind and having the stupidity, in quotes, right, to ignore what would be considered the wise course of action. How many times have you read like stories about successful people where they're basically like, if I had known going into this, if I had known how hard it was going to be, I wouldn't have done it. Or if I had known how small my chance was at succeeding, I wouldn't have done it, right? Like that seems nearly ubiquitous. So it almost seems like, ignorance is a requisite for innovation in a way. That's right. You do a great job filling in for Nasha. By the way, if there's anybody on this chat right now who is also in a patron, I'm not charging. Excuse me. I'm not charging this month. So I have to figure out some changes I want to make in the new year to how I'm going to be doing that. So I won't be charging. I literally still have Coke in my throat. I won't be charging for the month of December. I know it's like right at the last minute here. I got to remember to do that like first thing in the morning. If for some ridiculous reason I forget or the payment, it's too late for me to stop the December payment from going through, then I will stop the January payment from going through. But I'll do that right after this, just to be sure that there is. Yeah, Carolyn, this is part of the, like this is basically the entire appeal of Fallout. It's like going to a vault and trying to decipher the story by the placement of the bodies. It's like going to Pompeii, and the little stories that they will often tell you about, like, oh, you can see this person was a servant, and this was a mother holding a child, and it looks like they were running for the exit, when they were overcome by smoke inhalation or whatever, those kinds of things. So you've missed out on a ton of experiences, and that might be the trans angle on stuff. Do you think you have a different set of experiences? I mean, everybody lives the same amount. Well, not everybody lives the same amount of time, but you get the same allotment, right? If you live a certain amount, and even if that's that kind of paradox about like living in a box. Like even if you live in a box, I'm not in no way comparing being trans to living in a box, but there is that sort of thing about, even if you live in a box, you're sitting there and your mind is being forced to be creative in ways that maybe somebody who is visiting the Eiffel Tower or something that might seem like worldly or wonderful, and yet they're visiting the Eiffel Tower, and the thought that's going through their head is, wow, the Eiffel Tower is so pretty. Wow, how strong are those girders? Wow, how tall is the Eiffel Tower? Well, how do they get those lights up there? How do they clean the top? Like, they're thinking stuff that is, and the person who's sitting in an empty room staring at a blank wall might be having much more transformative and or certainly more introspective, although, beautiful places can obviously be triggers for introspection as well. But that's that sort of contrary paradox thing where it's, you don't necessarily have to be inspired externally. And in fact, sensory deprivation can give you insights that you wouldn't get otherwise. Yes, Lisa, this is a great one. Another way of looking at this is you're the oldest that you're always, every second that you're alive, you are the oldest that you have ever been. So yeah, they're both, yeah, there we go, Pavi. Well, but this is what I'm talking about. Like, get up there. Yeah, like for instance, people talk a lot about Inception. I was not really a big fan of Inception. To me, Inception was very much just like a Bond movie, but, instead of going there by plane, they went there by going into someone's mind. It's just like the travel sequences were different, but once you were there, what was happening was the same. And in a way that, Tenet is also like that. What's different about it is what I don't want to reveal any plot points, but there is something that is different about it. But yeah, it is. I do see them as like thinking prompts, pondering prompts, and I love them. I do. I'm glad they exist. That is, this is starting to piss me off. Okay. I don't know what to think about that. like, I mean, it's kind of cute because maybe the preschooler was like, mommy or daddy, I really want to do this. Thinking that they were, wanting to sort of emulate what their parent was doing, but also not very safe, right? Well, you'd have to do a lot of that work. A lot of it would have to be pre-work, right? A lot of the world building, you'd have to figure all that out beforehand, right? It'd be difficult to come up with that sort of stuff that interlocks in any sort of meaningful way on the fly. That would be really hard. I mean, I'm sure people could do it, and people do it, but it would be difficult, I would think. I like all this slang that I'm seeing being thrown around here, although I don't know why. I don't know what's... Oh, yeah. Yep. It is tough. All right, so I don't want to talk about Tenet. Yeah, I enjoyed Interstellar. I actually prefer Tenet to Interstellar as a thinking prompt, but I think that's just because the ideas of Interstellar had been presented before in a bunch of different movies, even in a movie with Matthew McConaughey, namely Contact, which was based on the only novel that Carl Sagan ever wrote. And I remember reading that when I was a kid, and then being super excited when the movie came out and being a little disappointed in the movie. But the concepts that Interstellar talks about, while there are a couple of, there's some novelty to them, I feel like for me it was ground that had been covered before, whereas the Tenet stuff was pretty specific and the rule set is pretty specific, and it wasn't something that that I had much experience with, and so therefore it caused me to think more about it. So let's see, acid, huh? We're talking about tuning in and dropping out. Oh boy. I don't think that's true. I think maybe this generation, time dilation was a major plot point of Contact, and that was 1995, 1996, 1997, 1990 something, 1999. Oh, hey Grace, how are you doing? All right, so just wanted to catch back up with everybody. So before we get too aimless here, I'm going to put up, how is it possible that it's been, I don't understand how time goes by so fast when this is going on. Like, I started this, oh, this is my friend calling. I want to answer, but I can't answer the phone because I'm live, and this person curses a lot. Well, Interstellar, I don't even think is necessarily like the best introduction to time dilation. You might want to go back to Cosmos and watch episode 7, I think it is, where they do a really good job of illustrating the twins paradox. No, I'm definitely not answering the phone. Surprise them. The thing is, surprising them, it wouldn't be surprising them. They'd be like, what? Okay, I don't care. Why are you telling me this? Nobody, like my friends don't really know don't really know what what I do here. Oh, this sweater makes me look all pudgy around the middle. Which I am a little pudgy around the middle, but it makes me look more. I gotta make sure it's. Oh my gosh, I should have looked at this more before choosing it as my outfit for the. So I want to take calls about people's year, what they're looking for. Oh, well, I do want to show this, right? So with the Tenet stuff that we're talking about, I am working on a Tenet video, and this is a screenshot from a test. It's not a final grade. It's not even the final scene. I've changed it quite a bit, but that is a screenshot from a test recording to kind of see if the lighting was working the way that I wanted it to, and it wasn't. I had to change some stuff. So what you're seeing here, I didn't like what was going on with it. First of all, the police do not cross lines at the back. Didn't make any sense at all. So I got rid of those. Those are gone. I replaced them with something else. And then I put like some borders and Archer's advice, I put some lighter colored, kind of like a border around the top so that it's not all dark and empty there at the top like it is right now. So I'm still working on it. I would be lying if I'd said that I recorded it already because I haven't even done that, but I'm close. I promise I'm close to recording it. I can't make any other promises, and now I can't find the image to hide it. There it is. Okay, there we go. One thing I did find interesting was when I was thinking about Tenet, there's a is this, if you've seen the trailer, like, it's not a spoiler if you're talking about something that's in the trailer, right? I mean, people know the main idea behind Tenet is people know what the main idea is behind Tenet, right? Like, that's not spoiled. That's in the trailer. If you've seen the trailer, you know what the main sort of it's not a twist. It's throughout the whole movie. It's this way. So yes, it's not a spoiler to say that Tenet has to do with inverting time. Yes, that's not a spoiler. But I remembered when I was trying to figure out, like, well, I wonder why Christopher Nolan chose the name Tenet. Because I remember when it first came out, I was like, oh, the Roman Polanski movie Tenet, with an A, which, although it was a good movie, because it's Roman Polanski, don't watch it, and I won't ever watch it again. Hello, Joe Staples. Good to see you. Tenet. That's pretty good. Yes, exactly. Right. Yeah. Carolyn. Yeah. That scene where they're like, what happened here? Hasn't happened yet. I even feel like that line is not delivered right. When you hear voice acting in games, and you can tell that the voice actor didn't hear the line just before, was not in the room with the actor who said the line just before the lines they say, and therefore they stressed the wrong syllable. So if someone said to me, I think the line is something like, what happened here? And the response is, it hasn't happened yet. I would think the stress would be something like, go something like, what happened here? And the response would be, it hasn't happened yet. You know, that you're stressing that it hasn't happened yet, right? It hasn't. You're not stressing the it. You're not going, it hasn't happened yet. You could go, it hasn't happened yet, right? Like maybe that would be a way. I think maybe the response would be, what? Okay, so what happened here? It hasn't happened yet, right? Like that makes sense, right? But the way that it's actually said, and I actually think John David Washington does an excellent job in the movie. I think he's great. But the way he responds to that is he just goes, it hasn't happened yet. And it just kind of doesn't sound like it gels with Robert Pattinson's line, which is right before it. Man, I don't know what it is. I love Robert Pattinson, and I'm glad that he was able to escape Twilight. Like Good Time, the Safdie brothers movie, that is now I think like 4 or 5 years old. Maybe it came out in 2016. Maybe 2017, actually, 2016 or 17. Good Time, if you have not seen the movie Good Time, or any Safdie brothers movie, so Uncut Gems as well, and they did another one too. But Robert Pattinson is I don't know, man, he's a really good actor. And I don't like superheroes. And of the superheroes I don't like Batman probably the most. Even though I guess like technically he's the most brooding and the most sort of low-key, reluctant anti-hero kind of superhero. So probably I should like him more than I like the people who seem to be like gleefully bathing in their superhero-ness, which is annoying to me. What is this? Well, oh wait, Elliot, did you have Robert Pattinson pictures up all over your? You had pictures of someone up all over your room, and I forget who it was. Oh, I have not seen this. I just heard about it. It was Far Away So Close or something. No, Far Away So Close is a Wim Wenders movie. But it's something like that. Yep, I agree, Carolyn. I think and that makes me glad. And you know, Harry Potter guy too. Equus was great. Oh gosh. Yes, this is a perfect explanation, Lee. That's a great way to describe Good Time. And you can really see it, like even in like in the posters for it or the trailers for it. It's just like kind of you gotta grab something. I'm sorry, Q. I don't like superheroes, right? Period. Oh, somebody new. Tapio Alatalo. Tapio Alatalo. Love your ASMR. How do you feel about looking like No, I don't. I'm just a white guy with a beard. I have white guy with a beard-itis, which, fortunately for the world, seems like, you go back to 2017, 2016, I couldn't throw a rock without another movie coming out with a white guy with a beard starring in it. There was a lot to choose from, and it seems like there are fewer now. So, I'm I'm glad about that. Well, I'm interested. I mean, I loved Joaquin Phoenix's Joker, regardless of. I mean, should Todd Phillips have been the one to make a subversive anti-hero Joker movie? Maybe not. Maybe he didn't have quite like the deft enough hand to really go beyond. Like there are some things about Joker on rewatch. I mean, Joker gets a lot right. It looks great. Joaquin Phoenix is incredible. I think the general sort of arc is very strong. But it also does like some things, I think, fairly heavy-handedly, and that's probably down to Todd Phillips, being more of a comedy guy. I mean, we're talking about the guy who did the Hangover movies and Due Date, and I don't know where that came from. I mean, I still loved it. I still thought it was a great movie. Probably could have been better. Oh, Remember Me. That's right. Why am I thinking incredibly loud, and I'm thinking incredibly loud and exceedingly close or something like that. So Far Away, So Close is a Wim Wenders movie, which is an excellent movie, which you should see if you haven't seen it. I thought that this movie I'm talking about, Incredibly Loud and Amazingly Close, or whatever the heck is, I thought that was a surprise 9/11 movie. Anyway, sorry, you gotta keep up with what's going on. All right, so I'm not saying Batman's not a good guy. I just don't like and oh my God, I tried to watch Wonder Woman 1984 or WW84, whatever they call it. I tried to watch it, and I couldn't finish it. I'm sorry. I couldn't finish it. And yet, while I was watching it, in the beginning, I was like, in my head, I was trying to, weigh the pros and the cons of it. And one, it was like, oh, awesome. Robin Wright, love her. Connie Nielsen hasn't had like a good role in a while. Love that she was in it. They all had like, at least they had consistent accents, which, in watching The Mandalorian is just so silly to me. I mean, I feel like I watch it and they can't seem to settle on dialects. And I understand people come from everywhere and they're immigrants from everywhere in the future in space. But really, is there like the Bostonian accent hasn't changed at all? Really? They were like, okay, let's get Bill Burr in an episode of The Mandalorian. And Bill's like, well, how you want me to play this? And it's like, just be Bill Burr. Okay, right? You're just Bill Burr in the future. Whatever. Anyway, let's see what. Oh, okay. So the one I'm thinking, Carolyn, the one I'm thinking of it wasn't like a surprise. It's 9/11. Yeah. A new 742. How are you doing? And yes, Lisa, this is the movie I was thinking of. Extremely Loud and Incredibly Close. But the movie that I'm recommending is So Far Away, So Close. So try not to conflate those or you'll end up watching Extremely Loud and Incredibly Close, which for all I know might be a good movie, but didn't seem like it was going to be. I laugh, and part of why I laugh is because now anytime I ever hear the word bat, I hear it in Matt Berry's voice when he is transforming into a bat on the TV version of What We Do in the Shadows. So he's a vampire. For some unknown reason, living with other vampires. It's a mockumentary based on the movie by Taika Waititi, and the TV series, and Jermaine Clement. In the TV series, for some reason, whenever he transforms into a bat, he has to go, bat, and then turn into a bat. None of the other vampires need to say bat, much less say, anything that Matt Berry says, since Dark Place. If any of you have seen or know of Dark Place, anybody, I'm just curious, does anybody here know what Dark Place is? I'll give it a minute. Dark Place. Has anyone seen an episode of a show called Dark Place? Specifically, Garth Marenghi's Dark Place, starring Richard Ayoade, and who also did a voice on The Mandalorian of the robot, and Matt Berry. And it's so sad that I'm forgetting the name of the main character, Garth Marenghi. Chels, I'm surprised. Yes, Garth Marenghi's Dark Place is exactly what I'm talking about. So if you have not, oh my gosh, I almost am like, stop watching and go watch Garth Marenghi's Dark Place. It's basically like a spoof. The idea is Garth Marenghi is a Stephen King-esque horror writer who has created a very, very, the framework is Garth Marenghi, horror writer, presenting unaired episodes of his self-produced television series called Dark Place, based on his book, some of his books. And it's just really, 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 really poorly produced, and like it has intentionally bad ADR. It's got a tremendous cast. Like I said, it's Richard Ayoade, Matt Berry, and the main guy whose name is eluding me because it's not distinctive enough. It's just like, it's something like Richard something. Like it's just like a, Matt, no. I don't know. But anyway, hilarious. Why'd I bring it up? It's a good question. It's just a tangent. Good show. Deserves to be watched. Oh my God. Strangles the Clown. Yeah, so that was ripped from the pages of and brain of Thomas Ligotti, with a little bit of Dark Place thrown in. Oh boy. Yeah. So like there'll be intentionally, in Dark Place, there will be like these intentionally bad things. Like there'll be a cat and you'll see someone like throwing the cat into the scene. And that doesn't sound funny, but you have to imagine Matt Berry. So if you know Matt Berry, you know his voice is very over dramatic and he's always talking like this. And so he does that. And then you have Richard Ayoade, he's doing he kind of has this nasal kind of thing going. And he's kind of mimicking the sort of, is he mimicking like a Shaft-esque, like an incompetent Shaft character, but one who can't act? Like the idea is he's the money man. So he decided to be in the show, but he can't act. So he'll be like on the phone, but not talking into the phone. And he'll just do like these terrible acting, intentionally terrible acting jobs. I don't think Strangles is scary. I think he's a clown for parties. Why would that be scary? It's lovely. Uh-oh. Maddie has an announcement. Is it life-sized? And is it breathtaking? Or is it like 2/3 size? Anu, are you talking about, Garth Marenghi's Dark Place? Yes. Yeah, I'm a fan. I like Travel Man is quite funny. He's just a funny guy. He's just funny. The episode of him, he does a travel show like everybody in the world does. But he does a travel show. He did an episode with John Hamm, and they're stark contrast. They were very much an odd couple, but in a funny way. Although I don't think, like everyone thinks John Hamm is super funny. I don't really think he's that very funny. It's just that he's so good looking that he doesn't have to be that funny for you to also be like, oh, the really, really good looking guy said something kind of funny, so I'm going to laugh pretty hard, right? Oh, Katerina. Well, thank you for coming by. Or Katharina. Yeah, and have a good new year. 2021, it's going to be coming in with a bang and ending with a whimper. No, Utrecht. Oh, by the way, Utrecht, hello. I have not seen Cobra Kai. I liked Karate Kid when I was a kid. And Uda DXB, don't know who you are, but welcome. I don't think I've seen you before. All right, let me put up the Ridge ad first. Then I'll put up the email ad over the Ridge ad. Let's talk about maybe if something good about 2020 or something you're looking forward to in 2021. Would be lovely to have some positivity. Hello, Daniel J. So if you want to talk, if you want to be on video and audio, go ahead and just send an email to that address. Now, I had opened the window because it was warm in here, and now it's freaking freezing. So hold on one second. I got to close the window, and I got to take a quick bio break, and I will be right back. I promise. I promise. But remember this, a dead symbol at gmail.com. Right on in. Do it, please. Thanks. All right. Excuse me. What do we got here? Lexi, what I miss? Lexi, what is what is it? What is everybody congratulating you for? So, yeah. Email in. I got a couple of emails that I sent Steph to. Oh, you're getting married this year. Oh, congratulations. That is fantastic. Lexi is likely getting married this year. Is the likely based on basically like, is it the right year? Is it going to be easier if we wait a little bit longer because we'll be able to get everyone together, like that kind of thing? This thing, man. Yeah, I think I guess not as exciting like in a novel way, but maybe you know more what you're getting into and maybe are making a more informed decision the second time around, perhaps, maybe. While I'm waiting for someone to call in on the interview line, I wanted to read something short. It's very short. And it just caught my attention because I thought it was interesting. I thought it was interesting to hear from somebody with a contrary point of view. This is basically a speech, that Albert Camus was asked to give at a monastery. And the book this comes from is Resistance, Rebellion, and Death. Essays. It's very short, I promise. And this is not a hearing aid. These are my ear monitors before people say that again. But I remember reading this, and when I was rereading this book, reading this particular part and thinking, oh, wow, that is the way to sort of, oh, Daddy. Oh, no, Daddy, I hope your headache feels better. I also get headaches fairly regularly, which is, a headache is the worst. Like, there's so many different kinds of pain I would prefer to a headache. Oh, and hey, Olevi, good to see you too. Hope that you're doing well. But I hope that your headache goes away, Olevi. Sorry, Daddy. So this is fragments of a statement made at the Dominican monastery by Albert Camus in 1948. So, World War II wrapped. But, certainly still, this is, it's Dominican. Okay, sorry. I don't know why I was assuming French. Because Albert Camus, that's why. Okay. Hello and goodbye. Who's okay, yes, hello and goodbye, Daddy, yes. All right, let me put up. Let's do this. And remember, if you have anything you want to talk about, just email that email. It doesn't have to be like, these could be short conversations. We don't have to talk forever. It can just be a couple of minutes. Oh, good night, Lady Naravar. It was good to see you. Thank you for coming by. All right. So the name of this sort of fragment of essays is called The Unbeliever and the Christians. You can guess who the unbeliever is, I think. Inasmuch as you have been so kind to invite a man who does not share your convictions to come and answer a very general question that you are raising in these conversations, before telling you what I think unbelievers expect of Christians, I should like first to acknowledge your intellectual generosity by stating a few principles. First, there is a lay Pharisaism, which I shall strive not to indulge. To me, a lay Pharisee is the person who pretends to believe that Christianity is an easy thing and asks of the Christian, on the basis of an external view of Christianity, more than he asks of himself. I believe indeed that the Christian has many obligations, but that it's not up to the man who rejects them himself to recall their existence to anyone who has already accepted them. If there's anyone who can ask anything of the Christian, it's the Christian himself. The conclusion is that if I allowed myself at the end of this statement to demand of you certain duties, these could only be duties that it is essential to ask of anyone today, whether or not they are Christian. Secondly, I also wish to declare that, not feeling that I possess any absolute truth or any message, I shall never start from the supposition that Christian truth is illusory, but merely from the fact that I cannot accept it. As an illustration of this position, I'm willing to confess this. 3 years ago, a controversy made me argue against one among you, and not the least formidable. The fever of those years, the painful memory of 2 or 3 friends assassinated, had given me the courage to do so. Philosophy now is like, people in coffee shops, but, there was a time when you'd speak your beliefs and you'd get dragged out behind the coffee shop and shot in the back of the head. Yet I can assure you that, despite some excessive expressions on the part of Francois Mauriac, I have not ceased meditating on what he said. At the end of this reflection, and in this way I give you my opinion as to the usefulness of the dialogue between believer and unbeliever, I have come to admit to myself, and now to admit publicly here, that for the fundamentals and on the precise point of our controversy, Francois Mauriac got the better of me. Having said that, it will be easier for me to state my third and last principle. It is simple and obvious. I shall not try to change anything that I think, or anything that you think, insofar as I can judge it, in order to reach a reconciliation that would be agreeable to everyone. On the contrary, what I feel like telling you today is that the world needs real dialogue, that falsehood is just as much the opposite of dialogue as is silence, and that the only possible dialogue is the kind between people who remain what they are and speak their minds. I found that to be particularly applicable today. Right? So, falsehood is just as much the opposite of dialogue as is silence. I think that's a great little quip. This is tantamount to saying that the world of today needs Christians who remain Christians. The other day at the Sorbonne, speaking to a Marxist lecturer, a Catholic priest said in public that he too was anti-clerical. Well, I don't like priests who are anti-clerical any more than philosophers or philosophies that are ashamed of themselves. It does say philosophies that are ashamed of themselves. Hence, I shall not, as far as I am concerned, try to pass myself off as Christian in your presence. I share with you the same revulsion from evil, but I do not share your hope. And I continue to struggle against this universe in which children suffer and die. And why shouldn't I say here what I have written elsewhere? For a long time during those frightful years I waited for a great voice to speak up in Rome. I, an unbeliever? Precisely. For I knew that the spirit would be lost if it did not utter a cry of condemnation when faced with force. It seems that that voice did speak up, but I assure you that millions of men like me did not hear it, and that at the time believers and unbelievers alike shared a solitude that continued to spread as the days went by and the executioners multiplied. It has been explained to me since that the condemnation was indeed voiced, but that it was in the style of the encyclicals, which is not all clear. The condemnation was voiced and it was not understood. Who could fail to feel where the true condemnation lies in this case, and to see that this example by itself gives part of the reply, perhaps the whole reply, that you ask of me? What the world expects of Christians is that Christians should speak out loud and clear, and that they should voice their condemnation in such a way that never a doubt, never the slightest doubt, could rise in the heart of the simplest man, that they should get away from the abstraction and confront the blood-stained face history has taken on today. The grouping we need is a grouping of men resolved to speak out clearly and to pay up personally. When a Spanish bishop blesses political executions, he ceases to be a bishop or a Christian or even a man. He is a dog, just like the one who, backed by an ideology, orders that execution without doing the dirty work himself. We are still waiting, and I am waiting, for a grouping of all those who refuse to be dogs and are resolved to pay the price that must be paid so that man can be something other than a dog. Imagine, I mean, these are pretty bold words, right, to speak to a monastery. You're an invited speaker. Obviously, they know who you are and what you're known for, and yet, I mean, what he's saying here is there's nothing here that he's saying that's anti-Christian. It's very much just like have the courage of your convictions, right? All right, I think there's just one more. Yeah, just one more page. And now, what can Christians do for us? To begin with, give up the empty quarrels. So when I'm reading this, like I'm thinking like any opposing sides, right? So I'm thinking Republican, Democrat, atheist, believer, any of that, right? Like I'm feeling like this applies regardless of whenever you're taking opposing sides, right? You have to go to an argument clinic, right? To begin with, give up the empty quarrels. The first of which is the quarrel about pessimism. Okay, so this was interesting. I believe, for instance, that Gabriel Marcel would be well advised to leave alone certain forms of the thought that fascinate him and lead him astray. And Marcel cannot call himself a Democrat and at the same time ask for a prohibition of Sartre's play. So at the time, they were censoring pessimism. This is a position that is tiresome for everyone. What M. Marcel wants is to defend absolute values, such as modesty and man's divine truth, when the things that should be defended are the few provisional values that will allow M. Marcel to continue fighting someday and comfortably for those absolute values. By what right, moreover, could a Christian or a Marxist accuse me, for example, of pessimism? I was not the one to invent... I would not have the testicles to get up and say this in front of a hall of monks. I was not the one to invent the misery of the human being or the terrifying formulas of divine malediction. I was not the one to shout Nemo bonus or the damnation of unbaptized children. I was not the one who said that man was incapable of saving himself by his own means, and that in the depths of his degradation, his only hope was in the grace of God. And as for the famous Marxist optimism, no one has carried distrust of man further. And ultimately, the economic fatalities of this universe seem more terrible than divine whims. So there's also an anti-communist, I think, bent going on here. Christians and communists will tell me that their optimism is based on a longer range, that it is superior to all the rest, and that God or history, according to the individual, is the satisfying end product of their dialectic. I can indulge in the same reasoning if Christianity is pessimistic as to man, it is optimistic as to human destiny. I am optimistic as to man, and not in the name of a humanism that always seemed to me to fall short, but then in the name of an ignorance that tries to negate nothing. I like that too. This means the words pessimism and optimism need to be clearly defined, and that until we can do so, we must pay attention to what unites us rather than to what separates us. That, I believe, is all I had to say. We are faced with evil. And he is speaking still. I mean, I wonder how much of this is the translation. But anyway, he is speaking in sort of absolutes there. We are faced with evil. And as for me, I feel rather as Augustine did before becoming a Christian when he said, I tried to find the source of evil and I got nowhere. Well, I guess maybe he's not speaking absolutes, right? That's exactly the point there. But it is also true that I and a few others know what must be done, if not to reduce evil, at least not to add to it. Perhaps we cannot prevent this world from being a world in which children are tortured, but we can reduce the number of tortured children. And if you don't help us, who else in the world can help us do this? So that's very much like the sort of in line with the philosophy of negative utilitarianism, which I've gone on at length about before. Won't go on about it now. Between the forces of terror and the forces of dialogue, a great unequal battle has begun. I have nothing but reasonable illusions as to the outcome of that battle, but I believe it must be fought, and I know that certain men have at least resolved to do so. I merely fear that they will occasionally feel somewhat alone, that they are in fact alone, and that after an interval of 2,000 years, we may see the sacrifice of Socrates repeated several times. 2,000 years. This was, 70 years ago. The program for the future is either a permanent dialogue or the solemn and significant putting to death of any who have experienced dialogue. After having contributed my reply, the question that I will ask Christians is this: will Socrates be alone, and is there nothing in him and in your doctrine that urges you to join us? It may be, I am well aware, that Christianity will answer negatively. Oh, not by your mouths, I am convinced. But it may be, and this is even more probable, that Christianity will insist on maintaining a compromise, or else on giving its condemnations the obscure form of the encyclical. Possibly it will insist on losing once and for all the virtue of revolt and indignation that belonged to it long ago. In that case, Christians will live and Christianity will die. In that case, the others will in fact pay for the sacrifice. In any case, such a future is not within my province to decide, despite all the hope and anguish it awakens in me. I can speak only of what I know, and what I know, which sometimes creates a deep longing in me, is that if Christians made up their minds, millions of voices, millions, I say, throughout the world would be added to the appeal of a handful of isolated individuals who, without any sort of affiliation, today intercede almost everywhere and ceaselessly for children and men. So I thought that was I really like a lot of, obviously, his writings, and there's a bunch of good essays and sort of fragments of essays in that book. But that one was, again, when I'm looking for stuff to sort of, let me turn the reverb off, sorry. When I'm looking for stuff to discuss here, I want it to be of a certain length or shortness. Right? I don't want to drone on too long. Yep, very true. Yes. One might even say a tenet of medicine instead of a tenet of medicine. Yes, I think that speech there gives you, like, if you want to know the essence of Albert Camus and what he stood for, you pretty much got it in just those couple of pages. All right. So go ahead and call on. Let's talk about the year, the end of the year, next year. What's going to happen? I accidentally unplugged my, let's see if I can just plug this back in. I accidentally unplugged my Stream Deck because I was running out of USB ports, or I'd run out of USB ports. Let's hope I don't disconnect. Where is this going? Look at this. Why are you going over here? You're supposed to be back. You don't go there at all. That's not where you belong. It's not right at all. Let's hope this doesn't cause a problem. All right. Yeah, Q, I sent the address to Q. I think she was going to call in. I'm sorry, I think Q identifies it as non-binary, so I think Q was going to call in. Didn't mean to. While we're waiting for Q, see if this works if I just plug it in. Oh yeah. Smash that subscribe button and all this stuff. Oh, Butterfly Composer is going. Have a good evening, Butterfly Composer. That's right, Q. Yes, I remembered just after I had said it. Yeah, I apologize. Wait, but I don't know what you're saying here. You're saying I'm doing calling in, or I thought you said I'm done. So you are calling in, or you're not calling in? When Butterfly Composer says this like this, it sounds like they're mad. Sorry. I should, once I start a stream, I can't move around very much. So in the green room right now is Q. You all know Q. Q's been around dawn of time, I think. Something like that. Sorry, wait, let me move my mic a little bit. But now you're going to get to know Q even more. And I noticed Q still has... Q, it remembered your name, what I named you. So I talked to Q on a separate stream, and it somehow remembered, as a joke, I changed the name that it showed. And it kept that name. So please welcome... Q.
Oh yes, the best joke that has ever been told.
It's really funny, isn't it? Like,
yeah.
I'm a laugh riot here. I'm sorry. I'm trying to get the email out of the way there so we can make sure that we have the title centered there underneath you. How are you doing, Q?
I'm pretty good. You know, it's my birthday. I'm chilling out. It's all right day.
I knew it was your birthday. I was going to say happy birthday. I was going to wait a bit, but I knew it was your birthday because we talked, was it yesterday or the day before?
Monday.
That would be the day before yesterday. Yeah, okay, so the day before yesterday,
yeah.
And I'm really surprised that the software somehow remembered what you were labeled in the letter after P. But anyway, happy birthday. It's good to see you. And so everybody, this is Q, and if you have questions for Q, please feel free to lob them out here.
Let me know. I'm going to cover a couple of the questions I know that will come. No, it's not a Star Trek reference. No, it's not a James Bond reference. No, it's not a QAnon reference.
And it's not
none of those.
Oh, well, actually, I can't. It's not a reference to a city either.
No, it's not a city reference either.
Right. Which I kind of thought it what might have been, but yeah, we don't want to say cities, but that was my guess, was that it was a city reference, but it's not. Can you say what it is a reference to?
So, I emailed you. You saw my last name. One of my last names has a Q in it. And one of my high school teachers would call me Q. And then I figured out, hey, I'm non-binary, and I don't like my legal name very much. So I decided to stick with Q. Yeah.
Yeah, I like it as a name. But is it a Tim and Eric reference? No, I guess it's not a Tim and Eric. I don't even know. I mean, I watched Tim and Eric, and I still don't know why that would be a Tim and Eric reference.
I don't know enough about Tim and Eric sketches to know.
Yeah, neither do I. I do like Dr. Steve Brule. So yeah, we just talked a couple of days ago. How has but pretend like we didn't.
Okay.
How has your 2020 been?
I know everybody says it's been a rough year, and I mean, I'm not going to say it hasn't been, but for me, it's been a pretty okay year. I mean, I've gotten to work from home. I live by myself. It's been pretty stress-free for me. Yeah.
So, have you've been working from home since when? Since like the very start?
Since mid-March. Yeah.
And do you know anyone or is there anyone you know like at work or through your work who contracted COVID or anything like that?
Yeah, a couple of my coworkers have had COVID, and they still were working while they had it, because they were working from home, which is kind of crazy, but...
Oh, wow. So like they were just kind of like trying to push through it. Does your work not have sick leave or paid sick leave or anything like that?
No. There's no paid sick leave.
So if you're not there, you're not getting paid regardless of if it's COVID or whatever. They don't care.
Pretty much. I mean, you might get paid time off. Like, I have paid time off for my birthday, but, you have to earn that or whatever.
But that's just so that's you banking hours and then deciding, I'm going to take these hours on my birthday. Right?
No, my job actually specifically gives you PTO for your birthday that you
Oh,
have
really?
to use within your birthday week. So it's use it or lose it.
Oh, that's interesting.
Yeah.
Yeah, my job does not do that. That's pretty neat.
Yeah.
We don't want. I guess we don't want to say ages, but you're of drinking age, at least, right? That is.
Yep.
Yeah. Well, that's why I was. What is that there? Can we?
Angry Orchard.
Hard cider. What's the
Hard
ABV?
cider.
What's the ABV on that?
5%.
Oh, okay. So it's not that hard.
Yeah, it ain't that much.
It's a medium cider. It's pretty much a slightly strong beer. Oh wait, somebody is saying bye. Hold on, I want to be sure. Okay, really going now. Okay, Butterfly Composer is going now. Q, do you want to say good night, Butterfly Composer?
Good night, Butterfly Composer. Thanks for staying to see me.
So 2020 was okay for you. It was not as
Yeah.
bad as for some. It's about the delta, right? Like it's all about like what it was, like what was 2019, right?
Right.
Are you the type of person that prefers to work from home rather than be around a bunch of people? Does your job even like allow that to be a possibility, right? Like there's all those questions that have to go a certain way in order for it to line up for, hey, the fact that I have to work from home this year is actually okay with me, and I'm
Right.
happy with it, or at least that part of it, right?
Right.
And do you know, although I know we talked about this before, do you know if and when you're going back?
So, back in March, they said, probably August, and then August came and they didn't say anything. And pretty much it sounds like we're just going to stay at home until further notice, which is fine with me.
You'd be okay if it was forever.
Yeah, honestly, I would.
Yeah. Can you say kind of about where you are, like not specifically, but the general, as comfortable as you're giving, as comfortable as you are getting as narrow as you can. If you just want to say America, that's fine. I'm pretty sure you are in the United States.
Yeah, no, I'm comfortable. I live in Dubuque, Iowa, which is in the northeast corner of Iowa.
And that's why I thought that the Q came from Dubuque.
No.
That's where I thought that was from. Oh, Maddie is departing as well. Good night, Maddie. Thank you for hanging out. And Chels is making a comment about how the drinking age in the UK is 18. Actually, it varies state to state here, doesn't it? Like it's not 21 everywhere.
I think it's 21 everywhere. Growing up in Wisconsin, the law was like you could drink if you were 16 or older as long as you were at your parents' house and they were okay with it or something. I don't know.
That's like a weird. That's a hard thing to like enforce, right? Like, how do you? I don't know. That's strange. When I was younger, the drinking age was actually lower.
Yeah.
And I think it did vary pretty much from state to state, but I think it was as low as 16 in some states. But anyway, I don't really drink. I'll weirdly, like, lately I've been drinking a little bit, but not enough that it's not a problem. It's not.
Is this like a doth protest too much kind of?
It's not a problem. It's not a problem. It's what do you think Coke is actually in these cans?
That's what I was gonna say to you when I came on with more alcohol. I was gonna be like, hey, I really don't actually drink that much.
Q, you had alcohol in your hand the last time we talked, and you have alcohol in your hand now, and I can only conclude that the alcohol has not left your hand. In the last 2 days, there has been alcohol in your hand for that entire time. No, I would never, presume that. Yeah. And also, people can do whatever the heck they want, right? That's what's so great. What's so great about living in America.
The greatest country in the world, right?
Do you have any political affiliations? Is there anything you're looking forward to that might be happening on like January 20th or thereabouts?
I mean, I guess I'm sort of looking forward to Biden being president, but not really. I mean, he just sucks a little bit less. That's all.
Yeah, it's like the choice between a piece of crap and then a worse piece of crap, right? But still, I do feel like maybe I'm being naive, right? But I don't think that I am. When I think back to 2008, 2008. Yeah, 2008. Yeah. When Obama was elected, there was a feeling. And now whether this was, I don't know if this was just like, sorry. Oh my gosh, Samuel Little just died. Sorry, I just got a post here that Samuel Little died. He's killed almost 100 people. He's like the most, apparently the serial killer with the highest body count, and he just died.
Oh, was it the death penalty, or he just?
No, it was. Yeah, I was at a hospital. I think. I wonder if it was COVID. It's not saying. It's not saying, and he probably has like a lot more murders that have yet to be actually rightfully attributed to him. But anyway, sorry about that. I really do need to turn my phone over when I'm doing these things. But you never know. You could be doing this and Samuel Little might die. You got to know that. Oh, look at this. PG is still hoping that Bernie can win.
Yeah, you know what, guys? Bernie can still win. It's possible.
Hang on, hope. It is, there is very much there is this thing where it's like you go back into politicians' pasts, right? and you find like you can do this with Kamala Harris, right? She was a very sort of strict prosecutor in the state of California. You can do it with Biden easily, right? You just go back to the crime bill of 93 or 94. They've all sort of flip-flopped on things throughout their lives and maybe are representing themselves in a way that's not maybe 100% genuine. The only politician I can think of, and maybe there is something that I just don't know about, but Bernie Sanders is the only one where it's basically like the stuff that he's saying now is exactly the same stuff that he was saying 30 years ago, right? And he's like consistently been saying it. So he's not hopping on any sort of bandwagon or anything like that. He has been trying to get this thing going, this idea of democratic socialism going, since he got into politics. So, which, I like Bernie Sanders, right? I'm not a fan of the Bernie bro, or obviously, some of the people that call themselves Sanders supporters. But I do think like it's important for him to exist, and it's important for him to serve as like a counterbalance to the purportedly conservative liberal, or I'm sorry, the non-radical liberal left, or just the left, not the liberal left, as a sort of like, okay, here's Bernie way over here, and then here's the line where conservatism begins, and Biden's maybe like here, right? He's not really very liberal at all. However, he will, I think, surround himself with people who, it was something that Trump was touting as, a nightmare scenario, getting AOC and, different people who are much more radical than he is into positions of power. I think he probably will facilitate that, and that'll be good. But anyway, yeah, I didn't mean to veer off into politics. So we can veer back. Is there anything you'd like to talk about? Anything you're looking forward to next year? Anything you're glad to leave behind?
I don't have anything specific I'm looking forward to next year or anything like that, but I just think it can't get worse. Maybe I'm jinxing us all. I'm sorry.
You just did
really
it.
Sorry.
That was it. Yeah. Oh my gosh, Q just said it can't get worse. The world is going to take that as a bet and be like, oh yeah? What is...
I'm sorry, everybody. This is solely my responsibility now.
That saying about if you want to make God laugh, tell him your plans or whatever. That's the old aphorism. I hope it doesn't get any worse, right? Like I hope we don't start seeing super strong super variants, super COVID-19 variants that are vaccine resistant and truly airborne transmissible and can survive for days drifting about on pellets of aerosolized saliva or whatever the heck. Someone else. Warp Raven calling it a night. Good night, Warp Raven. Thank you for hanging out, and have a good New Year's as well. I'm never optimistic, right? I don't think I would ever call myself optimistic.
Yeah, I don't think you classify as an optimist.
Yeah, but I do feel like a little bit of that. I am feeling a little bit of that now, like I did in 2008, where it was Obama, was not he was not as great as I thought he was going to be. He didn't do a bunch of things that I, hoped he would do, and he did do some things that were pretty reprehensible. Talking specifically about section or the FISA stuff, or I think it was Section 23 hedges versus Obama. There are a few things that he did that were pretty like wow, this is actually kind of evil, or it sounds kind of evil, extending the Bush era surveillance stuff that he did. But there was still like this kind of feeling of we have an adult in charge, right?
Right.
And someone who appears to know the difference between right and wrong. You know, there's still backroom dealings going on. There always will be. Politicians are politicians. That's just like a tautology, right? Like you're a politician, therefore you are a politician. So,
Right.
but there was, I think, more of a feeling of maybe the possibility of good things happening in the future, or the doors opening for good things to happen. And maybe, I guess maybe I'm feeling a little bit of that right now. You know, 6 months from now, it could be totally dead and gone, and could feel exactly the opposite way.
Right.
But I'm willing to give it a shot, at least, which is, you know, for me, I think is pretty out of character, a little bit out of character, but I think I'm hungry for it. I'm hungry for something to cling on to be able to say, I'm looking forward to this thing, or I need this, I need something good to happen. You know, something good needs to happen. And if it doesn't, then I don't know. I don't know what I'll do. I don't know what I'll do. What will we do? Like there has to be a point where it's like, this is all too much, and then what? Where goeth us from there?
Yeah, I don't know, man. You just put your head down and deal with it.
Take another gulp of the hard cider, and
Yeah, just keep going. Yeah, that's my strategy.
so why are you here?
What kind of question is that?
Why? Well, so you've been around since the on streams since the
Yeah.
Last of Us 2 stuff, right?
Right. Yeah.
And you were on the channel as well before that, I think.
Yeah.
So what brought you to the channel? Why? What?
Yes.
Like-
So my I'll tell you, the first video of yours I saw was the Dream Team video.
Oh
with
yeah.
Ephemeral Rift, which was great. I love that video so much. It makes me laugh. And I'm gonna challenge you before you say anything to not criticize that video. 'Cause you
Oh, no.
always criticize videos that people bring up.
No. I won't criticize that video. That video was a lot of work, and it was 2 full weekends in a hotel.
Yeah.
So it was like 4 days of being in a hotel in Wilmington, Delaware, I think it was, because
Yeah.
that was like kind of the halfway point for us. And we did it. We actually did it once, and then weren't happy with it. We weren't happy with it, and then we went back and redid it. So I think if you watch that video and then you watch like the bloopers, like if you're watching really close in the bloopers, you'll be like, wait a minute, some of these shots are of a hotel room that looks different than the one that is in all these other shots. That would be because some of those bloopers I actually took from the first weekend that we threw away the footage from, mostly, except for the bloopers.
Right.
And then the second weekend was at the same hotel, but it was a different room, and we lit it differently. Like, we did a bunch of stuff different because it was just like, I think we both felt like it was close to being good, but we missed like a few kind of key things, mostly to do with like the treatments that we were giving. And also, I think I've said this before, but originally, like, the idea was that we were calling ourselves the Suicide Squad. It wasn't originally going to be called the Dream Team. We were originally going to be the Suicide Squad, and the idea was that we were euthanizers, and that we
Yeah,
were.
you allude to that in the video a little bit. That's like the side business
Oh, yeah, dude. See, I think then talked about it afterwards, and we're like, oh, we can't really do that. That's gonna, you know, who knows what sort of hornet's nest that will bring up. Let's think of something else. So the original version of it, we're actually intentionally trying to kill the rabbit, but in like a peaceful way. But then it's not peaceful, right? Like it's just like these horrible ways of attempting to murder this rabbit. And then we went back to, we changed it to, oh no, we're just trying to get you to go to sleep. And I think there's even like the pamphlets. We even had like pamphlets printed out. And I think they say Suicide Squad on them or something like that. And because that was all for the original, the first attempt at that video, which was a full weekend of shooting at this hotel. And then when we changed our minds, we had to go back for it. So no, I won't. I'm happy to accept any sort of, oh, I like that video or whatever, because it was a lot of work, right? And so it took a long time to do.
I love that video. I especially love the commercial at the beginning, where you guys say the phone number and you're just making it up on the spot. Pretty good.
Yeah, we didn't. Yeah, it was not scripted, obviously. That was like a brick wall, I think, just outside the hotel or something. We're doing like those outdoor shots. And I remember some kids playing basketball, and there were people in some of those background shots that I had to like go and blur out because, you can't, there was not that kind of easy plugin for remove faces or blur faces that there is now. I think that was 5 years ago now.
I think that was a 2015 video.
Yeah, that's a pretty long time ago. So you've been around, you've been around for a long time. Q. I appreciate that.
I was a couple years late to that one, but yeah, I've been around for a while. So I saw that video, and then I was like, yeah, I'm on board for this, and subscribed to your main channel, and I started watching the Last of Us live streams, and I was lurking for a while, and then I decided, this is fun. I like these people that hang out here, and this is a cool community, so I started to participate, and so it just happened.
You all are great. I am very much a fan of the entire community. Anu, you might be right. Like the rabbit might still die at the end of the video, but it wasn't intentional. I think that's the difference. I think originally it was supposed to be, we were trying to kill the rabbit, and I think in the actual video it just happens that the rabbit dies because we're incompetent, not because we meant to kill the rabbit. But Q, that's awesome that you. So okay, so you weren't you came on board after that video, but that was the video that got you on board, I guess is what you're saying, right?
Yeah, because okay. I followed Ephemeral Rift first.
Got it.
He was like my intro to ASMR.
Oh really? Wow.
Yeah.
That's an eclectic act to follow. Like once if you see ER videos and then you go to like just randomly some other ASMR channel, you might be like, wait a minute, this is not like, why isn't this more like this is not the same, right? Why are these things both called ASMR?
I much prefer weird ASMR. Like, not to call your ASMR weird, but it's kind of weird and I like it, so yeah.
Me too. I like weird ASMR too. Actually, that's not true. I like boring ASMR. Like the ASMR that I watch when I watch and or listen to ASMR is pretty bland. If it's interesting, I like the whole point is I don't want it to be compelling in any way. I want it to be as boring as possible so that I will go to sleep. So that, because that's all I use it for. I don't really use it for anxiety. I just use it to go to sleep. So, and so, like I have periods where I don't use it, and then periods where I do, and I don't get tingles. I don't really. I've never experienced that. But anyway, yeah. But that's cool. I'm glad that you have put up with me as long as you have. That's pretty neat. Does anybody have any questions that they want to ask Q?
Yeah,
look at
awesome.
ASM PG Massage ASMR was his intro. So Manuel, hello. I am Manuel. I have the I have got something. The crinkly shirt. Yeah, I enjoy Massage ASMR as well. He has super good sound quality. He doesn't really post much anymore. Or when he does, it's like sports updates or something. I don't know. The last time I went to his channel, he was like talking about football or something. I don't know. So I'm not sure what's going on there. It ruffles my frills. Yeah. Okay. Oh, Lexi would like to know what it's like to be a millionaire. Q.
You know, that's a good question. You should ask somebody else because I don't know.
Ask a millionaire would probably be the. Oh, Lisa. And Lisa is off to bed. Good night. Happy almost New Year to you as well, Lisa.
Yeah, contrary to popular belief, I'm not a bazillionaire.
What?
If I were, I would easily bankroll all of your projects. Like that's.
Oh my God, that is super sweet. I would come up with some crazy. I would waste a lot of money. I'd be like, no, but we have to go to Egypt for this. You don't understand. It's got to be shot in Egypt. Or Hawaii. I'd be like Adam Sandler. Like somehow, for some reason, a large proportion of Adam Sandler movies are located in Hawaii. I wonder why that is. Q, oh, here's a question from Samantha Q. Samantha Q for Q. Q, what is your primary creative outlet? If you have a primary creative outlet.
I'm not a super creative person. Sometimes I write like really stupid fan fiction, or like I've started delving into making like fan cams for my own entertainment, but that's
I don't know what that is. What is a fan cam?
a fan cam is where you take videos of like a famous person or a character or whatever, and you just set it to music, you know.
Oh, I got you. Okay. So, but that's creative. That's creative. You're essentially like, there are entire movies that have been made just with found footage, right? Or with existing footage. So that's essentially what you're doing, right? Like you're editing together to music, like a montage kind of thing, or
it's like a montage.
Okay, there you go. And Elliot wants to know fan fiction of who?
Well, shouldn't really disclose that.
You hear that, Elliot? Not disclosing it. So deal with that. Elliot is not going to like that. Elliot does not like. Elliot does not like it when Elliot does not get what Elliot wants. Knocked Hexen. If you could have any inverted time object, what would it be? This is a Tenet reference. I don't know if you've seen Tenet.
Cool.
You have not.
I haven't seen Tenet, so I don't know what this means. Can I have an inverted clock? Is that a thing?
Sure.
I don't know what that would do.
It would run backwards.
Yeah.
Well, I don't want to talk too much about Tenet, but yeah, I would like an inverted. I'd like to be inverted, so that my entropy would collect and my this thing here would start to kind of go away, and the gray would come out of my beard, and my face would get a little fuller, and my neck would not have that there. It would be great. And I could do it all over again and have another 20 years to waste and do pretty much not a whole lot with. Gosh. Vatslav wants to know if you can sing a melody from La La Land. I couldn't, because I don't know.
I never seen it. I'm sorry.
All right, neither have I.
Don't watch a lot of movies. Vatslav, when are you coming on stream, man? That's.
Oh wait, yeah. Let me check the. Oh, we got a couple of people here. Let me send. couple of calls out here. I'm sorry. This is not very not very good of me to be doing that. It's not very host-like of me.
It's okay.
If you have something you want to talk about for a second, go ahead.
Well, I did want to show you my lock screen.
Hey, wait a minute. I recognize that.
Yeah.
Oh, wait. It just went away. Wow.
Quality's not very good on this camera, but that's the fan art.
Yeah.
And
Wait, that you what?
I commissioned that.
I didn't realize that.
Yeah, I commissioned that. I'll drop the link to it for people in the chat.
Because I saw it and I remember mentioning or like commenting on it or something, but
Yeah.
I didn't realize that you commissioned it. Wow, that is awesome.
Yeah,
Wow.
it's go give some love to that artist, guys. They're great. They're great to work with. They're awesome.
That is really cool. Okay, so we have somebody else who just called in as well. So Q, is there anything else you wanna chime in on? Anything else you want to say before I hang up on you?
The last question I have for you is: did you get your official YouTuber plaque yet?
No, it's not. I'm not eligible yet. I don't know what it is. Like they keep saying, like the button will appear. I think you have. I don't think it's actually like 100,000 subscribers. I think you actually need to hit like maybe 102,000 or something. Because what happens if you drop under, right? Like, and they already gave you the plaque, and then you drop under. I don't know. I don't know what the deal is, but they haven't made it available to me yet. So, but I'm checking. You know, I haven't checked in a while. I should probably check sometime soon. So maybe they have. But trust me, you'll know it. You'll know it when it comes because it'll be featured.
Yeah, you gonna do the YouTuber thing?
No, I'm not. I will show it on a stream and be like, I'm proud of it. But literally, like, how many people have 100,000 subscriber plaques? There have to be a million people who have hit that. It seems like everybody. It seems that way. It seems like there's a very large number. Maybe there's not as many as I think, but it feels like it. But I will definitely keep an eye out for it. And it's good to talk to you again, Q. It's always good to talk to you.
Yeah, it's
And
good to
happy
hang out.
birthday. And I hope that you have a good New Year's.
Thank you. You too.
And we'll talk soon.
Yep. Bye.
All right. Bye. Okay, so this is actually exciting. In the green room right now is somebody who has been in chat for a while, like comes in and out, but is like kind of famous. So she's saying no, but it's I believe that. Well, we'll let you all decide. So Carolyn, is it Petit or Petit? Petit. Oh, let's just bring Carolyn on. We'll ask. Hello, Carolyn.
Hello, Phoenician sailor. Hi, long-time listener, first-time caller. Hello.
It is a pleasure to talk to you because I have read your stuff for years. Like you've had articles that have popped up that I've seen and I recognize the name and I'm like, oh my God, that's that person. And then I'll read the review and I'll be like,
yeah, I'm definitely not famous. I am for viewers who don't know who I am. My name is Carolyn Petit.
Petit.
Petit would be the correct like French pronunciation. Like that is the accurate pronunciation of that word or name, but it's been Americanized for I don't know how many generations, in my family history or whatever. So we just say Petit. But yeah, I'm a video game critic, writer, I used to be at a website called GameSpot. Then I worked
GameSpot.
Yeah, not to be confused with the retailer
GameStop.
GameStop.
Yeah.
But I reviewed. I mean, among my many claims to fame at GameSpot was that I reviewed Grand Theft Auto 5 there, and when people wanted to have me fired. Basically, they started petitions to have me fired because I, in like a 3,000 word review or whatever that went on, that talked about many, many aspects of the game. I spent like a paragraph saying, yeah, this game's a little sexist or, a little misogynistic. That was like that was a huge deal at the time. To even
Well, what
bring
year
that
was
up in
that?
a video
How long ago was
review.
that?
That was
So
when
Grand
Theft Auto 5
5
originally was released.
2012?
On like the PlayStation 3 and the Xbox, 360. So what's wild about Grand Theft Auto 5 is like that was a marquee release on the PS3 360. It got this big like updated release on the PS4 and Xbox One. Like now you can play in first person and
Right,
stuff.
I remember that.
And then when
Yeah.
the PS5 like was first being revealed, what like one of the first games Sony showed off for the PlayStation 5 was GTA 5. So this is going to be like the
Wait a minute.
third console generation that this game has been like a big marquee release for. But anyway,
It's like Mario.
right. Anyway, I did some work with a nonprofit organization called Feminist Frequency that people may have heard of.
Yes, that's with, is that with Anita
Founded by
Sarkeesian?
Anita Sarkeesian.
Yeah, right.
And now I'm like a freelance game critic and person looking for like so many people in 2020 and soon to be 2021 looking for maybe full-time employment. But yeah.
Weren't you just in the New York Times?
Oh yes, I was Anita.
Oh,
and
you
I
forgot.
did write- Yeah. Well, I mean that was a one-off thing, which was really exciting to do and to have a byline in the New York Times. Yes, Anita and I wrote a piece. It was accompanied by lovely photographs that was about like the ways that women in various aspects of the gaming industry are trying to make the culture around games more, inclusive. Yeah.
And
so that was cool. That was a highlight.
So when it was Feminist Frequency, that was what the...
Well, I'm not. So that was just me and Anita as writers. Like not that the New York Times piece was not specifically a Feminist Frequency piece, but I mean, obviously Anita is very associated with Feminist Frequency, and but yes. So
I guess
yes
so.
and no.
I'm not 100% clear. So Feminist Frequency exists. It's in a bunch of different formats on a bunch of different platforms. It's got a YouTube channel. It's got a
right. Feminist Frequency, originally so Feminist Frequency was originally I think it was like a video series. It at a certain point it became a nonprofit organization that advocated for better media representations around gender and race and class and other things. I think Anita could speak to this better than I could. It's of late it's shifted its focus away from like video production into other types of initiatives, like for instance, a hotline called the Games and Online Harassment Hotline that exists for anyone in any facet of gaming culture, whether a player, a developer, a streamer, you name it, who experiences any kind of harassment or abuse. It's a hotline that's specifically tailored for the needs of those people, and initiatives like that, as opposed to the kind of the YouTube series and video productions that the organization was focused on in the past.
Which is endemic, right? I mean, like especially in gaming. Gaming seems to be like one of the most toxic places. And I don't know why. I mean, I guess I could guess why. Like, but I don't really understand. Go ahead.
Oh, I mean, I was just going to say, like, I think that, like, for me as a person who, like, I've played video games my entire life, I've been immersed in the culture. I mean, obviously I'm a trans woman. I've kind of seen it from multiple. I've experienced it, in different ways, in a sense. Like, and it seems to me that part of the issue is that for so long, games outside of Japan were being overwhelmingly made by, like straight white men who designed fantasies, like power fantasies and games that they thought they themselves would like as straight white men, that catered to straight white men, that were marketed to straight white men. And over time, over like literally years and decades, this created a culture of like entitlement where that segment, that population was catered to such an intense degree through advertising, through gaming websites. I think at one time IGN was like subheaded like entertainment for men, and whatever, like everything in the gaming sphere was like straight white men primarily, we exist for you. So then when people of color, when trans people, when queer people, when women were like, hey, we like games too, we want to be represented in games, we play games, we want to participate in the culture, and not just as like sex objects, not just as whatever, like all the different
passing the blood shell
in which people were dehumanized and belittled in video games. Like that generated tremendous reactionary response from people who saw like that as a threat, who saw like, oh gosh. So here's another anecdote from my time at GameSpot. There was a game that came out while I was there called Gone Home, which is we were talking a little bit about like environmental exploration, or environmental storytelling and stuff earlier.
Yeah, that's like a walking simulator type game, isn't it?
It's like, it was one of the proto like walking simulators, or game that was mockingly derided by, hardcore quote unquote gamers with that term. Oh, it's a walking simulator, it's not a real game.
You know what's weird is like, I don't even see that as like, when someone says it's a walking simulator, I'm like, oh, okay, cool.
It's totally a term that's, I think, to some extent been reclaimed by people who are like, hey, F you, I like walking. I like just being in a world and walking and exploring. But so Gone Home is like, its narrative focus is about, queer, it's about two, high school girls like kind of falling in love, right? It's about a queer relationship. And I gave it a positive review. And, the comments were full of people deriding the game for having a quote unquote agenda, just because it told a story about a type that games don't usually tell, because it humanized like queer female characters. But also, like, somebody sent me a message once, the equivalent of a DM, that was like I think, and I felt this person was genuinely concerned about this. This was not like they were not being comical. Like, this person essentially said like, gosh, I'm really worried that if games like Gone Home start getting positive reviews, that they're not going to make like my Call of Duty games anymore. And it's like, man, dude, Call of Duty is like a billion, these are like $1 billion a year, or whatever, or like, franchises. Like, there is no way in which a little, indie game about exploring a house and discovering that, that these two girls like fell in love is a threat. But it was perceived as a threat. Like just the games that existed that clearly were like, hey, let's tell stories about people that aren't normally told. Let's, do those kinds of things. Like, there was people who saw that as a threat because it wasn't for them, and it wasn't what they were used to.
And that's so bizarre to me, because like I guess, I don't know what people's reasons are for, but when one of the things, basically I've developed games since 1994 or 1995, right around then. So I kind of saw, I lived a lot of what you're talking about, which is everyone I looked at was a white male, just like me. Everyone I worked with was a white male, just like me. The people who became the CEOs were former, designers and or programmers. So we ended up getting like huge corporations. Electronic Arts ended up being, the president of Electronic Arts was a former producer. Like it was very, very much like it's just like people rose to the level of their incompetence, right? And they ended up running a lot of these studios. And then you had like this kind of seems like it's kind of died down recently. Although I'm not as into game. Oh well, but not that part. But the rock star kind of, like the Cliffy B kind of thing, like making certain developers into rock stars.
I think what is happening, and I think we still have a long way to go, but I think we can say that progress is being made in the sense that gradually, slowly, but increasingly, the people, the creative teams designing games, aren't just like all white men anymore.
Right.
Like there are more people from more different backgrounds in the room to provide input, to say, hey, maybe that female character's breasts don't need to be like so ginormous, to the point where it's obviously like fan servicey to whatever, to lure like whatever it is. Like I think we're seeing the gradual, and I think games are becoming more interesting as a result. Like I think even at the AAA level, because we're clearly seeing more people's ideas, more people's creative, from a wider variety of backgrounds, the creative input, just all sorts of input from people who aren't just from the same background and wanting the same, sorts of fantasies, power fantasies and narrative fantasies fulfilled.
And regardless of like the ethical and or moral implications of not wanting to see diverse stories or hear from diverse people, like even apart from that, it's just like, why do you want to play the same game again and again and again? Why do you want to play Call of Duty 20, like the 20th iteration of the same game, just over and over again? Like, wouldn't you like to try something different, or something that's something that is a little meta, or puts a spin, or anything that brings some diversity into it? It just seems like that would keep the genre, like gaming as an industry needs to survive. It can't just like stagnate and die, right? And I mean, even when I left Bethesda, which was in 2015, there was not one person at my level or higher on the dev team who was not a white male, who was not male. There were the only women were at a level below me, or even lower, or in QA, and they used QA as like this kind of like if you were in QA, you worked like crazy hours in the hopes that maybe you'd get plucked and brought into design or brought into art or something like that, or production. It was the whole time that I was there was toxic, and I'm sort of ashamed that I am ashamed that it took me as long as it did. And part of it was just like, well, I've been doing this for so long, I don't know how to do anything else. Like, what do I do, And there's only maybe like a dozen major publishers or major developers, and you can always go to an indie developer. My problem, and what I was always afraid of, and one of the other things I hated about the game industry, was around Christmas every year, you were always kind of like, I better update my CV, because you just never know, right? You just never know, right?
It's such a ruthless business, not just, and on the journalism side too. I mean, it's a business that where staff positions are drying up. A lot of important outlets have just been shuttered. Things are kind of consolidating, and I mean, it's such an unstable, ruthless, difficult business to stay afloat in. I think on any in any like aspect of whatever aspect of it you're sort of working in.
So how do you? You're freelance right now, right? Like that's.
Yeah. Yeah, so I mean, yes, I've written, a number of reviews for, say, Polygon. This year, I wrote like their review of Cyberpunk 2077.
That's what I want.
For
Wanted
instance,
to ask you about that.
yeah, but I'm also looking for, for some sort of stable, like freelance work. It's hard to, especially, I mean, whatever. At a certain age, it's like, well, I really want a steady paycheck. I want health benefits, like, from an employer, those kinds of things. So I am looking for full-time work of some sort, and I'm open to moving into other fields. Like, it's not necessarily, I don't necessarily expect to be able to stay in games journalism because there are so few like staff positions in the field. But yeah, so I'm currently, throughout 2020, I've basically stayed afloat as a freelance, game critic.
Do you find that the word games before journalism has a stigma outside of gaming? Like, do you have trouble getting freelance work outside of the games industry?
Well, I mean, I think that I haven't really tried a whole lot because so much of my my reputation is basically, whatever notoriety or I have is within sort of the field of being a game critic. That's where I've done the work that I've done, most of the work that I've done, and so I mean, I have seen people shift, maybe into, say, and I mean, like, I'd love to maybe write about film, for instance. I mean, I love cinema, but
Did you see Tenet?
I have not seen Tenet, but there aren't like clear. I don't know that there's a stigma. I haven't really thought about it, but I don't know that there are clear paths to just, oh, well, you have all this games journalism experience. Well, just come right over and do this. Like, that hasn't been my experience either.
So that's the reason that I ask is from like my experience, like trying to get out of games and trying to convince people that, and I'm sure probably you've heard of this, but there's a sort of, it's almost like a test, like, or a sort of like a way to educate people on the complexity of games is like, people who don't take games seriously, you can say to them, okay, well, games are easy, right? Yeah, games are easy, whatever. So how does a door work, right? So tell me how a door works, right? So that's like the baseline for, and then you can literally talk for hours and hours about how a door works in a game and what it actually does and what it actually represents and how it has to operate and what it needs to actually function as and all of the aspects that doors need to cover. And then if you do that, generally somebody who doesn't know a whole lot about games, once you do that, they'll be like, oh my God, I never really thought about all of these things that go into making games. But so I had a difficulty leaving games because I had to convince people, look, I was basically like creating, and this is not, I'm not trying to like brag about any of this or whatever, but creating brains for NPCs who would behave almost like police officers, or who would be able to, chase you and then arrest you, and like really complex scripting going on in order for these things to happen, in addition to like regular quest writing and dialogue writing and all that kind of stuff. But selling people on that was hard. The only reason I really ended up being able to leave the industry was the person that I ended up talking to at a job that I never thought I'd be interested in and never thought I would get. I'm still there. I'm at Capital One, and I work on artificial intelligence. And the only reason that I was interested in it and the only reason that I was accepted there was the vice president of design at Capital One, huge gamer.
Right. I mean, and I'm sort of, I think, and I think those sorts of fortuitous things are so important so often and so I'm sort of like hoping for that kind of lucky break type thing where somebody, either knows my work directly or just happens to have some interest in games where or I don't know, somehow, but yes, like that's so interesting how that happened for you.
It was sheer luck, and like I said, I never, like, going into the building, I was like, I'm not going to work at, like, even if they offered me a job, I was like, I'm not going to work at a bank. Like, no way I'm going to do this. And then after talking to the people there, first of all, I mean, my boss is a woman, my boss's boss is a woman, my boss's boss's boss is a woman, right? And even just that, I was just like, this is totally alien to me and different than what I've seen. And my first day that I walked in there, like, everybody was like, I got like a dozen hugs, and I was like, wait, this is not what someone,
like,
they didn't throw me in a room.
A workplace where people are human to each other.
And the interview process,
so weird.
the interview process was not like trying to make me look foolish or stupid, which a lot of like gaming interview processes are kind of notorious for, that sort of power day where they're like, put some stuff on the table and say, I'll be back in 15 minutes. I want you to make a game out of these pieces or whatever, doing like stuff like that to try, that really sort of, it's almost fratish, right? Like, it's kind of like, trying to punish you and to kind of weed out I don't know what they think they're doing, whatever. But, it sucks. I'm sorry. Right. I understand that the gaming industry is getting better. I wish it would get better faster. Having said all that, what did you think of Cyberpunk?
Well, man, how do I sum up, my feelings on such a, I mean, it's such any game that vast, like, in terms of its just like the size of its actual world, right, in the city and everything, even on that level, like, I mean, my feelings about it are very complicated. Like, I don't think it's particularly good. And when I say that, like, obviously the focus of late, since its public release, has been on the bugs, like the technical issues, and that's very understandable because A, they can be very entertaining, but B, like a lot of people were misled essentially by the company as far as like, oh yeah, you can play this game on your base PS4 or your Xbox One or whatever, and then wound up getting a game that's like functions so poorly to the point that it's basically unplayable. Like they were straight up kind of misled, I think, about what they were getting as a product there, and obviously that really sucks. But like, what I'm way more interested in is, what will be there when the dust settles. What is the game at its core, like, fundamentally, and I just, my feeling is that it's for its 8 years of hype that was built up around this game, for all that we have invested in it, as like the vision of what it would be, like, my feeling is that at best it's a sort of like mid-tier, like, open world, like action RPG, and I don't think any of the individual elements, as far as the combat, the stealth, the hacking, any of the stuff, is particularly good.
That is one thing that definitely stood out to me was, and you might have said this in your review, and so forgive if I'm regurgitating you to you, let me know. But I remember reading this in a review and being struck by it in the short time that I've played it so far, was like, the hacking doesn't seem very cyberpunky. Like, it's just it kind of reminded me reminded me a little bit of BioShock. I remember BioShock had like a hacking mechanism wherein you were playing that mini game of tubes. You had to make the water, route the water from one place to another, which, it's underwater. I guess it's slightly thematically related, but it didn't come close to anything like even back in the days of like the Game Hacker or Neuromancer or stuff like that, where I was looking forward to that. I still, to some extent, because I haven't played it as much, I guess there's a part of me that's hoping that it gets better in that regard, but I'm guessing it doesn't.
Well, no, I don't think so. I mean, I don't feel that it does. I mean, so it's the name of the game is literally Cyberpunk, 2077.
Yeah.
I was hoping, I mean, I grew up reading William Gibson and, lots of like cyberpunk and cyberpunk adjacent kind of literature and fiction and stuff. And so the fact that the game doesn't even try on any level to deliver on that, like that core sort of cyberpunk fantasy of sort of hacking the matrix, or anything akin to that, was, I felt just such like a, I mean, I don't know, like, why would you create why, what is your aim when creating a cyberpunk game if you're just gonna like kind of leave all that stuff aside and be like, yeah, well, and focus on like guns and cars and stuff that's in like like a GTA game. I just like I feel like the concept of a cyberpunk open world RPG carries with it so much exciting kind of potential to try new things, to do things that aren't at the core of so many other games that already exist, and that CDPR just wasn't even interested in all the exciting potential that could have come with that. They essentially, it seems, wanted to make another fairly standard, game that just has a cyberpunk kind of sheen or veneer to it.
The small amount of time that I've had with it, my overwhelming feeling has been, if this had been called GTA 6, I would have been like, yeah, this feels like GTA 6 to me. But but they've added more quests, like more directed quests, right?
And to respond to quickly a comment I see in the chat from ASM Hour, like the sequence where you visit the Black Wall was pretty great. Like I definitely agree that narratively, but that's a purely narrative sequence. Like it's not, there's no gameplay interface stuff of like, again, hacking the Matrix or anything like that. So I think that narratively it does some interesting stuff with that, but I just wish that there were more game mechanics, that actually had you experience the thrill of doing, some of those sorts of things. So CDPR, like their previous game was The Witcher 3, and I do, The Witcher 3 is often considered one of the best RPGs of all time, and I think that's deserved. Like I legitimately,
I loved The Witcher 3. I think The Witcher 3 like put Bethesda to shame when it came, especially when it came to like the world building. Like it became so clear when you look at Skyrim and you look at The Witcher 3 and you see like Skyrim is obviously a bunch of blocks like coming out of this sort of almost like a tablecloth of land. Like just from a world building perspective, I feel like The Witcher 3 just really elevated the standard of what needs to be done, right?
And as great as all of that stuff is, I don't think Witcher 3 would have been the game that it is, wouldn't be as adored and as fondly remembered and celebrated as it is, if the writing, and the characters and what wasn't so good. I mean, I really think that just the faces of characters in that world, when you encounter people, like they're like weathered, peasant faces. There's like stories baked into how they look, and you just believe that these people live and exist in this world, and so I think Cyberpunk is a huge step down from The Witcher 3. Like I don't think it's part of this conversation of like among the best RPGs of all time. I do think it has moments in some of its like side quests, especially in its relationships, where you see that aspect of CDPR. Like you see that shine through. You see, they did take care with this character, with these, with these people, with this storyline, and some of that is, I found it somewhat quite involving. But there isn't nearly as much of it as there was in The Witcher 3, and it's not nearly enough to like salvage the game or to make it like legitimately good. But if I had to say like the one thing about Cyberpunk that I do think is worthwhile, or it would be that aspect of it probably.
So if you so I have it.
Yeah.
I've played about 6 hours of it, maybe, and I restarted because I wanted to try a different path. I was curious what the intros were for the different, nomad or whatever, street kid.
Life path.
Yeah. Yes, the life path. Right.
TM.
Would you? Is it still worth playing? As someone who I loved The Witcher 3. I really appreciated the fact that like I felt like I couldn't predict The Witcher 3 that much. Like I feel like a lot of times like when I'm playing a game, I feel like I'm seeing the strings and I know what's about to happen and I know who the important people are and who the unimportant people are and why can't I kill this person who's standing right here? Oh, of course they end up being like someone who's right there. All those, like there were a lot of things that The Witcher 3 somehow managed to obfuscate. And I think it was right around the time I got to the swamp where there's the three witches, where I was like, this is different. Like this is something is different here. I'm feeling different about this. And that was after I think the Bloody Baron. There's something different going on here. They're paying more attention to what would in a traditional RPG or a traditional Eastern RPG would be kind of one-off characters who would just be given a line of dialogue and maybe a special animation or something like that. These are actual, like they're putting a lot into this, and obviously a lot of effort was put into crafting this. And also, like, I couldn't see any seams everywhere I would run, and I would run into the city, and I'd be like, "Where's the texture seam? Where's the, why am I not seeing things repeat?" Like all these kinds of things built up together to overcome what I didn't like the combat. I wasn't like a big fan of the combat. I didn't really like the fact that I was staring at my map a lot of the time, and I feel like that's worse in Cyberpunk. Like that mini map is like.
Oh man, what a cluttered mess that is. I mean, I remember that The Witcher 3 got like some months, I think, after its original release, got a pretty big patch that changed how a lot of like the menus, like your inventory and stuff worked. I wouldn't be surprised if, in addition to in Cyberpunk, obviously them trying to address a lot of the bugs and technical issues, I wouldn't be surprised if we see a patch that that tries to kind of change up, kind of improve, streamline how a lot of like the in-game menus and like that work.
Oh my God! It's a mouse pointer for their menus with a controller.
Yeah, what is that? I don't know why they do that.
Yeah, I mean, obviously PC focused, right? And then console afterthought. So,
but as to the question of whether it's worth playing, I mean, like, I will say that for me, although I think it's a failure overall, I think it's an interesting failure. Like, I think that I find it bad in a lot of ways, but I'm interested in its badness. Like, I find the so like, I don't know. Like, I wouldn't exactly recommend it as a good game, but I would say that, if you have that kind of curiosity about like the creative choices that they made and, things like that, you may well get something out of it. I don't think you'll, I don't think you'll conclude that it's good, but that, but yeah, I mean, it's so, ambitious and it's so busted in so many ways that I could not find it interesting and stimulating, even when I didn't think it was successful.
This is I won't keep you much longer. I know Vatslav has been in the green room, but it's interesting that you say that because I have sort of like a way of looking at, like, for instance, Rotten Tomatoes, right? Like as an aggregator of scores for movies, I feel like it's horribly flawed because you can write a review that's just barely over the threshold of liking it, and it's just a hit, right? And so if a movie is like Warm Milk, it would get a 99%, across Rotten Tomatoes, right? If a movie or a game or anything takes chances, it's not going to ever get that 99% on Rotten Tomatoes because you will get people who disagree with those choices. So often when I look at like a score on Rotten Tomatoes or something, or the movies that interest me on Rotten Tomatoes are the ones that have really low scores or really high scores. The ones that are like around 70 or 80%, to me, like those are like, oh, well, I know that's like a milquetoast movie that is just like, most people liked, right? But it wasn't anything polarizing.
Like 100%. Like, give me whether we're talking about film or games, give me a work that takes interesting chances and maybe is flawed, maybe isn't entirely successful, over like a safe, like middle of the road, conventional, thing that's like good, I guess, at what it sets out to do, but it's also like not terribly interesting, like in any day of the week. Like I'm way more, and so I can't help but be fascinated in some ways by Cyberpunk, because I feel like with all the delays and the fact that the game that they wound up releasing was still in that shape that it was in, like clearly their ambition or their like vision for that game was just like so far beyond what they could like actually accomplish in a reasonably well within
Right.
the that I don't know. I mean, it's wild. Like it's just it's
So
wild, man.
you would say, like, if they had narrowed the scope a bit, perhaps focused a little more on like the key ideas of what cyberpunk actually is, and maybe tried not to like have a little something for everybody, maybe, and maybe been a little more decisive with what they chose to do, or
I mean, I think it's an interesting, I think it might be an interesting sort of commentary on the AAA game space, and probably after the success, maybe, I suspect Cyberpunk was in development even toward the, early, like pre-development, even before The Witcher 3 was released or whatever. But I feel like, The Witcher 3 comes out, it's a huge success. And so then there's this feeling of, well, our next game has to be like somehow even bigger. Or it has to like in some way feel like we're upping the ante, and where like, like, gosh, do something, go more intimate, go more focused. Like the results may have been so much better, but I mean the pressure and the expectations that come with the AAA space are so not like accommodating to that, or so
and this
yeah.
and this is not even touching on like the fact that they were saying no crunch and then went into crunch mode for.
For like
I mean, I don't even know if
that whole last year practically, it seemed like.
Is that what it is? That I don't even know like if it had come out exactly how long their employees had been in crunch mode or voluntary, whatever they whatever sort of euphemism they use for. Yeah, if you're not here on Saturday, don't bother coming in on Monday, right? That kind of mentality. So I already bought it. Like I'm probably gonna stick it out a little longer. But I find, I think I'm pretty much in line with your perspective on it, at least so far, right? My question is going to be like, I am playing it on a base PlayStation 4, and I haven't run into, apart from the fact that like if I'm live streaming it, I have a little extra lag on top of the lag that's already there, so it makes it difficult to do any kind of shooting without looking like a complete idiot. But honestly, like to some extent, like that can be fun, right? Like I enjoy when people make fun of my poor aim and slow reflexes. So we'll see. I'm probably just going to give it another chance and see what happens. And, But
I think some of the stuff with Johnny is kind of interesting. I don't think that ends up being.
Was Keanu wasted? Was it worth it? Like, I guess my fear going into this was like, man, they just like decided at the last minute to put Keanu Reeves in this movie. He was probably another character before, but maybe they changed it to be Keanu Reeves and then tried to make him more important or something. Does he feel bolted on?
No, he definitely doesn't. Like I believe that Keanu is pretty core and probably was from fairly early in development. Like I feel like he does not feel tacked on.
Okay, good.
I will say that much. I don't necessarily think that all the choices with Johnny Silverhand are successful, but I don't think I wouldn't say that he's wasted, or sort of used as used to like try to paper over or distract from other things. I don't.
There's
think
enough. There's enough character in him to make an ASMR video out of. Would you?
I would definitely say so. Yes, if you know anyone who might be interested in doing that sort of thing, I would.
I'll
say
make a note.
You can probably tell them to go ahead and green light that idea potentially. Yeah.
Oh, they'd have to shave. Well, actually, he has a beard, right? I think he has a beard, a little bit of a beard, not much of one.
Yeah, like scruffy
goatee or something.
Yeah.
Carolyn, thank you so much for talking. Like, this has been a pleasure. I've wanted to talk about games with you for a while now. So,
well, my pleasure. I've been a big fan of yours for a long time as well. So it was really great hopping on and chatting with you. Thanks for the great conversation.
That's super sweet. Thank you very much, and we'll talk later.
You bet. Bye, everyone.
Bye. Thanks. Okay, that was Carolyn Petit, not Petit. I still want to say Petit, but it's Petit. Who, I've been an admirer of for a while. So that was actually pretty cool. And so for the final call for the night, because we are going on 3 hours here. So thank you all for sticking around as long as you have. A person who here's what I want to do. I see him in the green room. I wish I had, I do. Wait. It's not the same color, and I don't have my glasses on, but for the purposes of doppelgängerness, which I don't think we are. I think you look much tougher than me. I look like you're the weaker younger brother you would pick on. But this is Vatslav, so everybody say hi to Vatslav. Vatslav, how are you doing? And when I say younger brother, I didn't mean that's because I'm younger than you. I meant just like in the terms of the hierarchy of the pecking order of who would get picked on. I would be the one that got picked. Oh, I cannot hear you. We got no audio. Oh, bummer. Uh-oh. Let's see here. Hold on. Are you talking on a phone, Vatslav? Because there's no volume. Here, let's see. Hold on a second. Can you hear me? Okay, I can kind of read your lips, and it seems like you can hear me, but I cannot hear you. Do you want to try calling in one more time and see if we can get audio? Because for some reason it's showing me 0 audio coming from your end. If I just resend you the link, can you re-click on it? Are you on a phone? Yes, you're on a phone. Okay. It should work on a phone. Is it an iPhone or is it Android? iPhone? It should definitely work. Is there any chance that you might have it on like some kind of headphone setting or something where it's not picking up your mic? Let's try again here. If you could just click on the link again, Vatslav, and we'll see if we can resolve this. I know we had this problem once before with Leah, and it was not solvable except until she actually had to get on a computer. So it might be that we're not able to do this if we can't solve the audio issue, obviously. But let's see if we can. I want to be optimistic. Okay, yeah, it's showing me that it's telling me right now, Vatslav, that there is no audio. It's getting no audio from you. Why is this? I don't know why this is. Here,
I don't know either.
all of a sudden I hear audio.
Yes?
Now I hear audio. But wait a minute. Now it might go away if I...
Okay. Okay,
Let's
try
see.
it again.
Let's see if
Yes,
this works.
I can see it now. The sound is yes.
Okay, now I can see and I can hear you.
Yeah, great.
That is fantastic. How are you doing, Vatslav?
Well, it's fine, but first of all, I have to say that I'm Russian. I have a Polish name, but I was born in Russia. So for me, it may be a little bit difficult to speak in English because I was out of colloquial practice for several years now.
Well, the fact that you just said the word colloquial means that you're fine. So that's proof of it right there. Oh, people are saying I'm very loud. Let me up your volume some. See if we can get somewhere to about the same volume. So you're in Russia right now.
Yes, I'm in St. Petersburg, but now at this very moment, I'm in my country house. It's not far from St. Petersburg.
You're in your country house.
Yeah.
That's nice. What's the weather like there? I'm assuming it's pretty.
No, it's for the last couple of winters we had very warm winters. It's bad because we used to had like minus 15, 20, 25. And these couple of winters we have like +5. Well, it's not a Russian winter actually.
That's pretty horrible. Yeah, I mean, who knows what that signifies or what that could lead to. That sucks. I mean, I hate cold weather personally, but I mean that sucks for the world, right?
Well, I believe it's a carbon.
Yeah.
Produced.
Yeah, and we could have PG talk about that quite a bit with the algae blooms and the reuptake, concentrating on reuptake of carbon instead of the production of more oxygen. Is that? Oh, Grace would like to know. Or were you talking Celsius or Fahrenheit when you said minus 15?
It's a Celsius.
Celsius. So.
Yeah, Celsius.
Yeah. Yeah. So Vatslav, what do you do? What is your, tell us about you. What do you do? What do you like to do? What's Russia like now?
Well, as for my age, I'm we're of the same age with you.
No, you're younger. You got to be younger than I am. Like I can tell by your neck. See, this is the case where you could tell by the neck. Like look at your neck. And my neck, like my neck has like, no, yeah, you have young neck. I have old neck.
Come on.
Like you see, look at it's the little bits that start to betray you and tell you that it's old neck. But your skin is very smooth. But you're saying we're about the same age? Is that?
Yeah, I'm 48.
So we're exactly the same. Well, we're. I don't know when your birthday was, but oh wait, didn't we have like the same birthday or something?
September.
So we were both born in September of 1972.
Right.
Wow. Wow. And where were you? Were you born in? You were born in Russia?
Yes, in St. Petersburg, but at that time it was called Leningrad.
That's right. Didn't they might be giants? Had oh no wait, no, it's Istanbul and Constantinople. But right, yes. So prior to the fall of the Soviet Union, it was Leningrad. Is that right?
Yeah. Well, originally it was St. Petersburg,
and then Leningrad,
became,
and then St.
then it became Petrograd, then Leningrad, and now it's St. Petersburg again.
And is that pretty much?
But can I ask you a question?
Absolutely.
I've missed a part of this stream because, frankly, I overslept, and now it's 6:37 a.m. on my
wow.
So it's it's early morning, and maybe you were already talking about Tenet.
A little bit. I decided that I didn't want to, because I don't think enough people had seen it, and I didn't want to spoil like specifics about it. so I did kind of go on a rant about why I like Tenet and movies like Tenet, that Christopher Nolan and a few other people tend to make, where they're kind of like worlds with rules, and movies that leave you thinking and kind of coming up with your own sort of ideas about different things that could happen, like within that same world maybe, or get you thinking about time or space, or, you know, philosophical kind of that stay with you and resonate in some way after the movie's over, even if you don't even remember the names of the characters, right? Or don't really care what happened to them. I can't say that I really cared about, like, really, have you seen Tenet?
Yes, I have.
So I think the only character that I actually liked was Neil, was Robert Pattinson's character, as a person, right? Like he was quirky and, you know, well acted. Although I thought John David Washington was fantastic as a protagonist, I just felt like he was just like they even call him the protagonist throughout the entire movie, right? He doesn't have a name. He's the man with no name, right? And he's just kind of a tabula rasa kind of thing. But regardless of all that, so what did you want to talk about, something specifically plot related with Tenet? Or
well, on the last stream you said that when you watched that movie for the first time, you didn't like it.
Right.
When you rewatched it, you liked it better, and for the third time, you really enjoyed it. So, what did you like most? So,
here's what's weird is what I liked most about that movie, and I'm not saying any spoilers, just in case anybody is curious. I'm not. Look at PG. PG's. I'm ecstatic to finally have someone who I could talk to Tenet about. Oh, Leah, welcome back. I hope that the play went well, and I will be checking it out probably tomorrow. I don't think I'll be able to do it tonight. The thing that I liked most about Tenet is that actually happens outside of watching the movie. It's the stuff that I was thinking about as a result. It's like the questions that it was making me ask. It was making me wonder, well, then how did this person do what happened? Try not to spoil the plot stuff, right? How did these things actually happen? Did the game world, or the movie world that Christopher Nolan created, and the rules that he created for that world, did they hold up to close scrutiny? And Tenet, I think, is different than some of Chris Nolan's other movies. I'm calling him Chris, like he's my buddy. Christopher Nolan's other movies, in that, like, for instance, Interstellar, right? They talked a lot, and we did talk about this a little bit earlier in the stream, so I'll just kind of gloss over it. Interstellar dealt with the idea of time dilation, and I actually started this stream with a clip from Interstellar where one of the characters, I think Anne Hathaway, I forget what her name is in the movie. Names are not that important in Christopher Nolan movies. Is talking about how the only thing you can't ever go back in time, essentially. Which, when I saw that line in my head, I couldn't help but think, I wonder when Christopher Nolan was editing this, if he already had the idea for Tenet in his head, which he definitely did, because he was talking about, he has said that he's had that idea kicking around for the past decade. So even when, like, that line was written and said or edited, he probably was thinking in his head, like, right now I'm going to set this up and say that the one thing you can't do is go back in time. And then 2 movies later, he's making a movie about doing exactly that, right? So it really is like the ecosystem around the movie that I found so interesting, and the stuff that it made me think about. Not really the movie itself, not really the 2 hours that I'm sitting there watching it. And I know this sounds weird, but that's not actually, for me, the best part of that movie happened after the movie, right? Happened the next day, happened 2 days after seeing it, or, after seeing it the second or the third time. Actually sitting and watching it, there are actually a few parts where on the third time through, I was like, well, I can fast forward through this part because this is just the big fight sequence. I don't need to see that again. Like, it's not clearing any questions up for me to watch this fight sequence again, but I want to get to the part where they get to the turnstile, right? Like, it was that kind of thing. Like, I wanted to get to those inflection points where things happened so I could solve the puzzle. Like, that's really what it is. Like, it solved the puzzle. The first time I saw it, I let so many questions go unanswered in my own head that I feel like I was kind of like I was saying about Inception, and what I didn't like about Inception was it just felt like a James Bond movie, except instead of them flying on a jet to go to the next place or whatever, or whatever the travel sequence is, they're going into somebody else's head. And then once they get to that destination, everything is the same, right? So the first time I watched it, I got that sort of a feeling. But then the second time I watched it, I started to put together things in a way that I know that Christopher Nolan was thinking about, or I strongly suspect he was thinking about. I strongly suspect that he expected people to watch this movie several times. The fact that, for instance, like when people were asking about where the name is from, this thing, right? So this thing is let me make it a little smaller so it's not taking up the whole, oh wait, I have a locked thing on it. I can't make it smaller, so I'll just talk about it for a minute and then get rid of it. So this thing is the Sator Square, which is a four-way palindrome that's existed, since BC, since 53 BC, I think is the first known instance of this thing. And it's a four-way palindrome that you can see. It says Satyr, Repo, Tenet, Opera, Rhodes. So, the villain in the movie Tenet, his name is Satyr. The art dealer, his name is a Repo. The opening sequence of the movie takes place in an opera house, and Rhodes is the name of Satyr's company. So clearly, he saw this. Let me see if I can get rid of it now. So it just seems like clearly he had this idea of doing this. He saw this Sator Square and he was like, oh, well, how can I fold that in? And he knew that there's no way that a normal person can watch this movie once and extract all of this knowledge from it, right? Or back engineer all of this. Like this takes some studying, to unravel, right? So that is a really long answer. I'm sorry. I rambled a lot there, but what I loved most about the movie is what it made me think before I was falling asleep the night that I watched it, and what I was thinking about when I woke up in the morning, right? Just the stuff that it made me. This sounds like I'm gushing about how much I love this movie, but I'm really happy that movies like this exist, because they're like someone said earlier, they're like writing prompts. They're like thinking prompts. So yeah, what about you? I'm sorry. I'm not being a very good host. I apologize.
After watching the Tenet, the main thought was that it showed us that we always have to struggle with the consequences of our previous deeds or actions. And what the movie tries to show us that they trying to wipe up or to redo those consequences. If it's not a spoilers, I'm not saying anything.
No, yeah, you're. If we expanded too much on that, we might get into spoiler territory. But I think it's safe to say, I think what you're referring to kind of directly is the villain's motive, right?
Yeah. And the villains, and not only his, but you said correctly that we don't even remember the names of any names of the characters, because I don't even remember the actual second name of Robert. I always think of him as a cucumber. I don't know why. Well, but he's a
Robert Cucumber, Robert Pattinson. Yeah, so his is the only name I remember, and that's Neil. The only reason I remember it is because I feel like he's the only kind of fleshed out character in the whole movie. Everybody else is kind of just a cardboard cutout, there to serve as a means to an end, you know.
And frankly, I liked him in this movie.
Yeah, me too.
I haven't really liked him in any other movie. Well, The Lighthouse was not bad.
Yes.
Well,
yeah.
Lighthouse.
So have you seen Good Time?
Sorry?
Have you seen a movie called Good Time?
Good Time? No.
Have you seen Uncut Gems?
Yes, I've seen. Yeah.
So the writer-director brother team of Uncut Gems, the movie they did before Uncut Gems was Good Time, and that starred Robert Pattinson as well. I think he was really good in that. And we did talk about that a little bit earlier in the stream, that I think generally the sort of idea is that we're glad, or I'm glad, and it seemed like some people were glad, that Robert Pattinson was able to get out from under the Twilight lodestone that he had around his neck, like so many people, and Kristen Stewart as well. So many people seem to be like, they get trapped by that kind of early success with such an iconic sort of character, and then people won't take him seriously. I definitely think he'll be a good Batman. I don't know if you're a Batman fan or not.
Not actually. No.
No?
I'm not. I don't enjoy any of superhero movies. Well,
you're kidding me. This is the same. I literally went on a rant about saying how I don't like superhero movies, and yeah, I'm not generally a fan of Batman. But you weren't here for that. You didn't hear me say that earlier.
No, I haven't.
And we were born in the same month, in the same year, and we both have beards, and we both wear glasses. Okay, well, I feel a kinship.
Your brother from another mother. One of the streams.
You have a channel, don't you? You have a YouTube channel?
Yes, but it's a bit abandoned, I'd say. I used to stream some video games, but then I just closed them for most of the audience. So I have only about 30 videos now on the channel. That's all, and it's just stagnates. Well,
can you talk about what you do, or what you do for fun, or creatively or professionally?
First of all, I haven't finished.
You still more Tenet,
which I started. Yes.
Okay. Yeah.
Sometimes, people often ask if. Do you believe in fate? Do you believe that any step you make is predicted, and so on and so on? Well, I think of that as, look, we have gravity on this planet. And without this gravity, you wouldn't be able to make any step. So that means that it's already in some way predicted. But we choose the direction, they say. You choose which way to go. Well, we live on a ball. So actually it doesn't mean which way you go. You always go in rounds, I'd say. And the other thing is, they say, but you can go left, you can go right, you can go back. Well, any direction you go, you always go straight. Even when you have to return, I forgot something at home, I have to return, you don't go back. You always go forward. You go straight. You look straight and you go forward. So you never go back, I'd say.
And you're equating both in time and space. You're talking about that, right?
Well, the time is a figment of imagination, I'd say. You know, we just invented time. Well, imagine that this planet wouldn't be rotating at all. It was always turned to the sun by one side.
Right.
So, how would we calculate the time?
Yeah, certainly. But I mean, the decay of uh, matter, right? That's sort of the universal clock, I think. Right. So they can calculate. I don't know if it's measuring the amount of dark matter in the universe. There is a atomic level or subatomic level clock by which they can determine, the age of the universe, or the progress of things from, or I'm sorry, not the progress, the digression of things from a state, well, like in Tenet, right? From a state of non-entropy to increasing entropy, so that if you follow this forward, eventually the universe will be completely homogeneous, with all elements and all particles sort of perfectly evenly distributed in just this haze of non-aggregated matter, right? I think that is still has some, at least from the physics point of view, has maybe some, I don't know that, I guess I don't know if time can be written off as a construct, right? There are a lot of things about it that I find arbitrary, and what we choose, how we choose to measure it. But the fact that things are generally decaying and not generally, steel rusts, right? Like
Well, yes, they decaying, they rust, but it all happens now.
Okay, I think I see what you're saying. So you're saying like the present, all that exists is the present,
Well,
right?
yes, because the past is just like in our minds. Yes, we can find some bones of the dinosaurs, for example, and we can say this is the past, but you find them now.
Right. Yes.
So anything that happens now.
That's there's an interesting tie in there to the movie Tenet as well, because the way one of the things people would do in the future would be invert things and put them somewhere for someone in the past to find, and essentially it was an instantaneous action, right? They would just do this thing, and then instantly the item would be there in the person's now. So, but are you thinking about this? Are you ideating on this
Yes,
because of the movie?
Let's imagine that time is really exists, not as the mechanism on the wall, but really it exists, the time. Then, if I understood correctly, you said that the travel in time is not possible.
Well, Christopher, a character in, I don't know. I don't know what I believe. I guess there's all of that stuff about the paradoxes that involve, if time travel ever is invented, then it already was invented, and we would already see time travelers now. I don't know how accurate that is, or I don't know what camp I fall in. I haven't thought about it enough to really have come to a conclusion one way or the other personally. But I did think about it. I used to think about it more, and then I kind of just stopped. And then things like Tenet, and that's not the only thing, but books or whatever that touch on the subject would then sort of egg me on to think about it again. Always in the now, as you might say, right? Like, so, but is that it? So, what? I'm not sure what you're saying though. Like, are you saying that the idea of time, that time is a construct, and that all we have is now?
Yes, and then the question is that if we have only now, then how can what was the idea of Christopher Nolan? How can we invert? Well, how we can go back in time? We say better. Mm, well, let's just remember. Let's. Mm, have you read Master and Margaret?
No. Who's that by?
No, no. Well, it's Russian. It's Russian book. It's like almost like a classical book right now. So it's Bulgakov, Master and Margaret, and it was written in the middle of the last century. No, even
Let's see
before
here.
the Second World War. It was
Can you spell
written
the second Master
sorry,
and Master
Margaret.
and Margarita?
Margaret.
Oh wait,
Yes, yes. In Russian, Master и Margarita.
by Mikhail
Bulgakov.
Bulgakov.
Yes,
How do you say that?
Bulgakov.
Okay, got it. Bulgakov. Okay. Yeah, I'm there
Not
right now.
Gagarin. Not Gagarin, but Gagarin.
Look at it. Oh, okay.
Mm.
This is
So, so it was the idea of the author. He wanted to tell the story of Christ, but at the time when he was writing the story, it was well, the religion was like banned, so you cannot write about Christ. And he decided to write the story about the writer who writes the story about the Christ, about Christ.
he found a
And
loophole.
also, yes, and he also tells us, Bulgakov tells us the story of this writer, Master, and his woman, Margaret. And when the book of that Master was firstly, well, actually, just even fragment from the book was published, he got very bad reviews. It's the story of the book, and he decided to burn his handwritings in a stuff. So the story about Christ, and he burned it. But afterwards, in this story, he meets devil, and devil asks him if he can read the story of the Master. And Master says, well, I burned it. And the devil replies, well, it's impossible. The handwritings doesn't burn. And this manuscript, this handwriting, his work appears unharmed. And it was always the question, what does that quote mean? Handwriting doesn't burn. Is it applied only to handwritings or to anything else? I was thinking about that a lot. And if we talk about time, and we imagine that time exists, then if you live this life, and leaving nothing behind you, after you,
Mhm.
nothing physical, and you just die, vanish, then for anyone who travels back in time, there is no any physical evidence, well, except you itself, who still exists in past. And it's important, if you want something to be left in the past, which can be then taken from the past to now, if you want to leave something behind, then you have to make it, well, you have to bring it to this world. It has to be physically, well, how to say, existing in this world.
Are you talking about like manifesting things apart, things that will exist outside of you? Is that I'm
Yes. Yes. That's exactly. It's not.
The book
It has to
sounds
be. It
fascinating.
has to be not only your ideas, but it has to be brought into this world physically for anyone who would decide to travel back in time and take anything from the past. Well, if they traveled back in time and they find nothing, well, actually, so the idea is that you can use or change something in the past only if it really existed, right? If nothing existed, then you can.
There's nothing to change.
Nothing.
Yeah.
Yes, there's nothing to change.
But do ideas go ahead.
Yeah, in that way, if we remember that, if we just quote again that thought that the handwriting doesn't burn, then we have to admit that time does exist. And but the problem is with the traveling to the future. For instance, Tenet. We see the movie from the now point of view, the point of view of, we can see the movie from the present, and we travel back in time, we travel back again to the future, or how can I put that right? Sorry, it's the lack of my colloquial practice.
Well,
So-
let's say because we're at this point, we're sort of nearing the end of the stream. Why don't we just say spoilers are okay at this point? So, like, just to warn everyone, like, if you're I think the people who are sticking around now would be okay. Somebody speak up and say that they don't want to hear any spoilers for Tenet. Or any specific spoilers, so that we can talk. I just want to, like, be sure that we're talking about, that I'm understanding what you're talking about, and if it means that we need to reference something from that movie, I'd want to be able to do that. So let's just do that. Let's just,
Okay, the idea is, can we actually change anything in the past, in the future? Well, let's imagine that we can travel to the past, we can travel to the future, but can we actually change anything? Because then it can change our own existence in that period of time which we call now, present.
Are you talking about, like, the grandfather paradox, where, like, if you go back in time and kill your own parents, that kind of thing?
Yes. It's like, yes, grandfather paradox. So the story of Tenet was great, and I really enjoyed watching it, even from the very first time when I watched the movie. I enjoyed it. But I don't believe it. That's what I want to say.
You don't believe
The idea of all that travels, all this inverting of times, and so on and so on and so on.
Oh no, neither do I. Well, neither do I. Right? I mean, I don't know, right? But I would. Again, like, unlike some of Christopher Nolan's other movies, like Interstellar was very much based in science as much as possible, and I think Tenet was more like we're gonna accept this one fanciful notion, which is, if we can invert the entropy of an object, that becomes the equivalent of sending it backwards in time. And I feel like that's, like, the thing that they're like, okay. And I also feel like that's a good litmus test for if you want people to buy into your fantasy world or some kind of world where there's something that doesn't go according to the laws of nature, like you really need to be consistent, and you need to maybe only have one or two of those things that you can distill down to everything is realistic, everything is based in reality, except we're proposing that in addition to that, you can create a device that can itself inverse the entropy of objects and people, and allow them to their entropy to reverse. And entropy reversing from an outside perspective is exactly the same thing as traveling backwards in time. And in that case, it would be time exists only as decay, and anything of any sort of reformation is the equivalent of going backwards in time. I'm with you. I didn't like. I felt like you had to just sort of be like, okay, yeah, I'll go with it, right? Like, I don't know that I buy it, but I'm going with it. And once you do that, then I was able to enjoy it. I have a problem with movies, and this is sort of my problem with superhero movies, where most of them will just kind of throw a million things out the window, and then won't even be consistent with themselves. Like the rules that they set up for themselves, they'll break their own rules. I think Wonder Woman 84 did that. So that's where I tend to like start to lose. I don't mind at the beginning of when you're establishing the world that your movie is going to take place in, make the rules whatever you want, but you can't break your own rules.
I think I have to interrupt you sometimes.
Go, please.
You can talk, Andrew.
I will talk until yes. My mouth is dry, and I'm.
The last question is: have you read? Yes, you probably read Isaac Asimov and the End of Eternity. It's probably called in English.
What's it about? I've read most Isaac Asimov stuff. Is it fiction or nonfiction?
Yes, it's sci-fi fiction about those who about travelers in time. The End of Eternity.
I probably have. I don't specifically remember it, but I was a big fan of Isaac Asimov and read almost all of his nonfiction and most of his fiction.
Well, the main idea is that if traveling in time is possible, then it means that the time machine or any other way of traveling in time already was invented.
Yes.
Somewhere in the future.
So we would see the evidence of it already.
Yes, and I think the main evidence would be that those from the future would probably decide to change our way of thinking, change the environment, change our... Well, maybe I'm just a perfectionist. I don't know. Maybe I just think very positively
That's
about
interesting.
men from the future. But I just hope that they would decide to change something for the better.
It sounds like it kind of sounds like you're saying like our future selves are our gods, right? They're guiding our destiny.
If they invented time machine.
Right. If that is the case, then, well, but the thing is, like let's say we had it right now, like what would we be doing with it? I guess my doubting on that comes from we can't seem to do anything right ever, right? So given that kind of power, it just seems like we would just fuck stuff up worse. Like we'd use it to more efficiently mine, get oil out of places that we didn't know where there was oil before, or we'd use it for more immediate gain rather than something that would be although maybe kind of like in Tenet, the villains are essentially saying, y'all destroyed the future, right? So what we're doing is we are taking things from the past to restore the future. because you all messed things up and it's your fault. And therefore, we don't really feel the guilt that we would feel if we were doing this to someone who wasn't culpable, because you are all complicit in destroying your own world. But who knows, like, where are we going to be in a million years, right? I have no idea, right? Who knows how we'll evolve, how our thinking will evolve. The things that we think so definitely are true right now, we'll be laughing at, even 100 years from now, we'll probably be laughing at a lot of the things that we think are true. 50 years from now, we'll be laughing at the things that, eat this and not that, or do this and not that if you want to be healthier, right? And 50 years from now, we'll discover something else, right? And I'm talking a lot again, I'm sorry. But I feel like that's what you're saying is that the future people, if they have invented time travel, would essentially they would make our lives deterministic and make choices, kind of guide our choices for us in a way that ultimately worked out so that they could exist in the way that they exist. Is that correct?
Because if we imagine that they invented time machine, but probably the environment at that time would be just horrible. And they would like to change something for their own existence, at least. Right. That would be better.
But in Tenet, they're doing that in a way that destroys the past. So the paradox there is that how is destroying the past not also destroy the future, right? So maybe, I don't know if you're saying this, I don't want to put words in your mouth, but maybe if they found a way to do that, it's like investing money, right? You're investing money so that in the future you will have a nest egg or whatever it is, or it will mature and ripen and become something more than what it is, than what it began as. It improves in some measurable way. And so they might be guiding us, if they exist, if time travel exists, might be guiding us down a path that's both good for us and good for them. Is that kind of?
Yeah, I guess so. So I'd like to apologize for my bad English. Actually, it's not bad because I understand you perfectly. I read perfectly. I watch movies in English perfectly. But when you don't speak, you just lose this ability to find the proper word in time when you need it. So
you've been totally clear. I'm
because maybe some viewers just thought, well, it's not worth of my time to watch this guy trying to compose the sentences in his mind. Well, so I'm sorry again.
Honestly, like I often think that I speak too quickly, and it would do me well to think about what I say a little more before I say it. So I don't think, and I also think like the cadence of the way you're speaking, there's been a bunch of people who have already said, where's Vatslav ASMR? So where's Vatslav ASMR? Let's get some. Do you know what ASMR is, Vatslav?
Yeah, sure. And
okay.
I was watching some of your seminars before, and I really enjoyed that. And sometimes when I talk to my woman, the voice like this, she says, "Wow, it gives me some, vibes."
So you do know.
Yes, I do.
So there has been like a consensus among people that you should start a channel. Might be something to think about.
Yeah.
But I appreciate the opportunity to finally meet you and talk to you and go over some of these ideas, and also be able to talk about Tenet, because that's kind of all I want to do lately.
Likewise.
Does anyone have any questions for Vatslav before we any questions for Vatslav? Do you have one more minute, Vatslav, or do you need to?
Yeah,
I know it's early in the morning. I don't want to.
I have a bunch of minutes.
Okay, if anybody has any questions, we'll give them a minute to come in.
So
Yeah, see, like
meanwhile,
Grace.
I just yep.
Oh yeah, Grace wants you to restart your YouTube channel. But you said meanwhile
Yeah, you asked me what I'm doing for a living, or now, at least this year, it's been a very harsh time. It's difficult time because of this COVID.
Yeah.
How do you call this? Yeah. And most of my time I just spent here in my country house, just. But despite of some difficulties for me to talk right now, as I said, I was out of colloquial practice for several years. In some past, well, I've translated into Russian and adapted to the musical "The Phantom of the Opera" by Andrew Lloyd Webber, and it was performed in Moscow for several years.
you did the translation.
Yes, I did the very first translation, which was even before the premiere in Moscow. So, and they used most of my translation in pre-production period, and then they combined their own parts of translations with mine, and well, it's difficult to believe. I know, I can imagine for those who are listening to me, they think, well, this guy can translate something? He cannot even talk straight, you know?
Yeah, I don't think that's. I think you might think that you're giving off that kind of vibe. I don't think people do. By the way, you're getting people asking if you're single and wanting to start a fan club. Yeah, I'm assuming he what he's showing there is a ring, similar to the ring that I also have. Oh, now there's.
Frank, actually, September, the same year, the same age. We don't like superhero movies. And my woman, she lives not in my city, even not in my country.
Oh, what can I ask? What country?
Ukraine.
Does that pose? Because Ukraine and Russia don't get along really, right?
Yes, don't get well. But before COVID, the borders were opened anyway, so we can travel back and forth. But then, yes, the borders were closed because of this COVID, and so for the last, well, it's been almost a year. Yes, like 8 months that we haven't seen each other.
Wow.
But I'm saying that because, if I understood correctly, that Ardra is also living where, in Canada?
Yeah, Ardra is Canadian. Yeah,
Canadian.
Ontario.
Is it a sensitive question?
Probably. I mean, we are. Yeah, I guess I probably shouldn't talk about it right now. We're together. That's.
Okay. Sorry. The main idea was that we have, frankly, a lot in common with you. So it's really, sometimes when I think about that, it terrifies me. Maybe the astrology really exists. Maybe I don't know. The constellations means something really in our life.
Oh boy.
Etc. I don't know.
That you're making me want to find points where we disagree, because I don't. It would be a little scary. Like, I would find it frightening if. I would be a little afraid if astrology turned out to be accurate and true. It would upend my belief system. So it would require a rebirth of sorts. So hopefully it's just coincidence.
Yeah, sure. The life itself is a coincidence.
That is true. And yeah, people are saying, yeah, good. Oh, it's a full moon tonight, huh? Full moon tonight.
Yeah.
People are saying that your house looks cozy. That's there you go. Everybody has a doppelganger. That's true. Actually, yeah, I wish I looked more like you, but that's I'll take what I can get. But
we all take what we can get.
yeah. Thank you so much, Vatslav, for having this chat. I would like to talk more, but I'm exhausted. We're gonna go. This is 4 hours.
And thank you for inviting me and for this chance. And sorry again for your audience that had to suffer.
Oh no! Like I said, I think people are clamoring for the Vatslav ASMR channel. So, and you got the name for it too. Like that's just Vatslav ASMR. That's it. You got it.
All right. Thank you very much, and Happy New Year, I guess, and have a very good holidays.
You too, and stay safe, and good luck with you and your fiance or wife. I'm not sure if it's which one it is, but and I hope you all get to see each other soon.
Yeah. Thank you.
Take care, man.
Right. Take care.
Whoops. Hit the button a little too quickly there. Sorry about that. Ooh, this was a great. This might have been my favorite, definitely one of my favorite podcasts that I've done so far. The 20th episode coming through. At the beginning here, I was a little worried. I wasn't as prepared as I've been in the past. Not that I am usually prepared, but yeah. So before I go, maybe I should save this for next time. I don't know. I wanted to. I have a thing here. Maybe I'll just. Oh, listen how ASMR-y that is. Yeah. Q, you want me to speak Spanish? What, is it a bingo thing? If it's a bingo thing, I don't know. Okay, yeah. Since it's Q's birthday, what would you like me to say? Oh, no. Yeah, Carolyn, thank you so much for agreeing to talk. I really, really appreciated it. Solamente un poco. ¿Qué es esto? Es una cosa de y de. This is the original Tomb of Horrors, Dungeons and Dragons. I'm not gonna call you that, Q, but I'll say I said I spoke Spanish. Oh, Trump. Es muy tarde para tanta. Anyway, this is what I wanted to do, but I'm definitely not going to have the energy to give it the attention that it deserves. For those of you who play Dungeons and Dragons, if you played old school Dungeons and Dragons, you're probably aware of the module, I think it was S1 or S2, Tomb of Horrors. It's widely known as like the most punishing module that exists. It's basically like the whole module is just a series of traps devised to protect this lich who is buried at the center. I forget the lich's name. I want to say Vecna, but no, it's not Vecna. It's saying here it's Ra Hotep, but I think they might have changed that. You're impressed with the... Well, that's because I was born and raised in Miami, so... comprendo muchas palabras, pero cuando escucho español, yo comprendo, pero cuando hablar es bastante bueno, más o menos lo que no mata engorda, etc. Good night, Grace. Thank you so much for coming by. And Miami has been mentioned, and Grace is out, and therefore I think it's a good note for us all to go out on, to leave with some grace, I think is the way to do it. I'm from Miami, and I hope you all have a great... Yeah, there's a Miami drinking game. Miami. Yes. Asarac. Yes. Or Asarac. I guess they changed the name to make it less Egyptian, I suppose. It actually looks like a lot of these pictures are more traditionally sort of Egyptian, and the Tomb of Horrors itself, the release version, I guess. But man, it's just so neat to see like these original drawings. Like I really want to... Well, I'll show them next time, I promise. But like some of them are so, you know, like just a kid drawing something fun, and it turned into a phenomenon. So happy New Year, everybody, and thank you all for continuing to be a part of these streams, and for just for sticking around and for helping me, because honestly, like for me, this year has been a big ball of crap, and you know, depression and just a lot of stuff, and this stream starting back with the Last of Us streams, this series has really helped me a lot, and I wish I could give back in some tangible way. Unfortunately, I can't do much, but I do want to do another giveaway soon, maybe the first stream of the new year. But anyway, I'm going to keep these coming, and I love you all, and I will see y'all next year, right? That old joke. Everybody makes that when it's near New Year's time. They end up doing, let's see if we can fade this in. As a goodbye to 2020, and hopefully in 2021 everything's going to magically be better, and hope you all sleep well tonight, party maybe tomorrow if you're up to partying. Good night, Leah and Carolyn and Olevi and Vatslav and Pavi and Q, and happy birthday Q, LQ, Anu, Lyra de Guella, Anu 742, Veni Vidi Vici 2020. All right, take care, everybody. I'll see you all soon. Good night.